Mr. Destin's machine's not working. You must be one with the button. No. Yeah, there you go. Okay, we got it. It's still not registered. There we go. Eyes have it, so moved. Technology. All righty. Item number 1, approval of the minutes of January 4th, 2021 executive session.
Make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion on that? Seeing none? Vote is unanimous, so moved. Item 1B, approval of the minutes of December 21st, 2020 regular city council meeting.
So moved.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none? The vote is unanimous, so moved. Up first tonight, and this is a fitting proclamation saying how our Destin High School is in full swing and taking their first registrants and applications for students. So what I'd like to do is the City of Destin proclamation, Destin School Choice Week, January 24th through the 30th, 2021. Whereas all children in Destin should have access to the highest quality education possible, and whereas Destin recognizes the important role that an effective education plays in preparing all students in Destin to be successful adults, and whereas the quality education is critically important to the economic vitality of Destin, and whereas Destin is home to a multitude of high-quality public and non-public schools from which parents can choose for their children, in addition to families who educate their children in the home, and whereas educational variety not only helps to diversify our economy, but also enhances the vibrancy of our community. And whereas School Choice Week is celebrated across the country by millions of students, parents, educators, schools, and organizations to raise awareness of the need for effective educational options, now therefore I, Gary Jarvis, do hereby recognize January 24th through the 30th, 2021 as Destin School Choice Week, and I call this observance to the attention of all our citizens. Thank you. So fitting, seeing how we have our first charter school right here in the city of Destin.
It is, thank you.
All right, up next, Mr. Bernard Johnson, Regional Manager of the Central District Gulf Power, has a presentation. Mr. Johnson, you have the podium.
Appreciate this opportunity here to be before you folks once again. Councilman Overdeer, I think this is his third time hearing this today, right? So we kind of made a couple of rounds and all. But yeah, so a lot of things going on with Gulf Power. Appreciate this opportunity to kind of share with you guys of course, to kind of do a little bit of a recap. In 2018, when Gulf Power was acquired by NextEra Energy, based out of South Florida in Juno Beach. So in 2019, I was effective that Gulf Power was sister companies with Florida Power and Light. And obviously with the benefits of creating a situation where you got better operational and better financial benefits, it just made sense to combine the companies and bring Gulf Power and the Florida Power and Light. So effective January 1st, 2021, that has taken place. So now Gulf Power is in the family of Florida Power and Light. Still be called Gulf Power through 2021. 2022 will begin two things. One, the name will change to still to be determined, number one. Number two, the rates will change as well. So we're in the process now of going through a rate review. So we're going to submit to the Public Service Commission in the month of March and go down that road to see what those rates will look like. In times past, you know, the rates of Gulf Power have been a little bit more than Florida Power and Light, and so there'll be some advantages we can take advantage, well, some opportunity we'll take advantage of to be a part of the Florida Power and Light family. So a couple of things are happening in that regard, particularly the things that we're doing, just kind of keep in mind, if you would, CAR, which is clean, affordable, and reliable. So we're all about clean energy, affordable energy, and reliable energy. So we are doing a couple things, particularly in the world of solar. So you know, we've had the opportunity to speak with each of you about solar, and solar is definitely going to be a big part of the Gulf Power family, Florida Power and Light family going forward. 74.5 megawatt solar center sites are what are being created. These occupy anywhere from 5 to 600, 700 acres of property. We have 9 sites on the books to try to bring those about. One came online in Jackson County, that's Blue Indigo, and then we have a couple more due to come online in 2021, one in Escambia County and one in Jackson County as well. So we're looking at Okaloosa, getting things geared up with that, to get that going. We're working also with Santa Rosa folks to get some other sites, so it'll be a total of 9 in the purview by the time it's said and done. So the 30 by 30 plan is to have 30 million solar panels in the state of Florida by 2030. So that's a pretty big deal. So we want to make sure that we keep our fuel mix, you know, incorporative of solar. And so right now there's 28 that are on the books. Actually it's closer to 33 because we just had 5 more we brought online between the end of 2020 and 2021, beginning of. So 33 solar sites, so that would make the total solar count to be 100 solar sites by 2030. So you figure 300,000 solar panels per site, you know, 100 solar sites, that's your 30 million. So pretty big push on that. So we're working hard with the different counties to bring that about. Modernization, you know, we're now out of the coal business. So, you know, we talked before about being clean, right? So we had a lot of coal generation that took place. I mean, Gulf Power has been around since 1926. So the coal pieces that we had in Pensacola, the coal piece we had in Panama City, those have been modernized. So we're doing generation with natural gas. So we have a gas pipeline pulled down from South Alabama, North Florida, bringing that down to incorporate that into generation, and that's been a good look. So we're moving forward with that, and you know, that will provide a reduction of 40% in the plant's carbon emissions, which is equivalent to removing 297,000 cars off the road. So here again, just trying to be affordable and reliable and make sure we're trying to stay clean. A couple other things we're doing as far as the system itself, you know, the transmission structures, you know, we've changed out over 4,800 transmission poles. All of them are wooden structures. We're going to concrete poles and steel poles, you know, because obviously when the wind blows hard in the months of June through November, you know, it's no fun. And so having a system that's that much more resilient is very important going forward. So we'll continue to do that. Of course, the equipment on the poles, you know, hardening the entire system, be it the wires, be it the materials on the pole, make sure that is sustainable as well. ALSs, which are these healing devices, which we're installing on the system, which is automated lateral switches. So if a squirrel gets on the line or a tree limb gets on the line, you know, it can burn off if it gets on the line, if it's a tree limb. And usually when a squirrel gets on the line, it's going to kick out the transformer jack or line jack. Well, the system has these devices called these switching devices that can go in there and heal the system, get it back up and running. That way it cuts down on your downtime. You have to roll a truck, so there again, you're saving costs in that regard. So those ALS, we're looking at installing 5,000 of those automated lateral switches by the end of this year. Another thing that we're doing is to provide a brand new customer service system, some mobile devices, you know, much friendlier looking bills, all those things come into play. So we're doing that as well. And one final thing we're going to talk about is you know, COVID has been tough on everybody. And with that being said, there's some opportunities here that we're doing to kind of help offset some of those expenses. So we provided some dollars to charitable organizations, be it Catholic Charities, be it United Way, that helps, you know, provide folks an opportunity to kind of shore up on their power bills. We've also done some unique things like, you know, we're offering, if people want to get set up on their bill sooner than later, you know, if they have a bill that's over $600, you know, you get a $200 discount or a credit towards that bill, some of those things that we can do. So a lot of creative things we're doing to create and provide arrangements and opportunities for folks that want to, you know, get right on their power bill. So we haven't actually cut anybody since March. So that's a long time. So we, you know, let things run. And so with that being said, there is a population of folks out there who didn't pay, and there was a population of folks, most folks did pay, but there's a population of folks that did not pay. So just creating those opportunities for people. So we want to, going forward, we want to continue to do the right thing, do the right way, provide a service to our community, and anything we can do to support is what we want to look at doing. So I think that's my 5 minutes, but if anybody has any questions, by all means.
Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Johnson?
I didn't hear you say anything about undergrounding.
So that happens tonight, starting at 7 o'clock, start undergrounding, so, yeah. But undergrounding is definitely, the numbers to do underground is a lot more favorable now than it was, a couple of years ago. So we're meeting with some folks, and now that you've hired a project manager, start engaging those conversations. Lance and I talked about that as well, so we'll set up some of those meetings and try to get this thing rolling. So it's definitely something we're looking forward to as well, and anything we could do to assist the city is what we want to do. But yeah, very favorable to do that.
Mr. Destin? I got you.
Just want to thank Mr. Johnson for coming and telling us all the nice things that we're going to be benefiting from with our switch to Florida Power and Light. And also want to point out that Mr. Johnson and his associates have been talking to the city, to the best of my knowledge, about the streetlights and how we can facilitate and streamline that. And if you, any words on that other than we're going to get them?
Yeah, exactly. So there was understand that there was a number of lights that were out at one time. Mike Burge and I, we spoke this morning, and some conversation, email exchange took place last week as well to address that, and kind of find out it was more favorable than it actually was reported. There are a few lights that are still out. We're aware of those locations. He's been communicating with our folks, and we're putting forth the best effort to get those. But it's a very small number now. It's like I think it's less than 10 or somewhere around there, particularly for the city of Destin limits. But that number would be a little bit more if you go from the bridge all the way, to the county line. But overall, with the city of Destin limits, I think it's maybe 10 or so lights that were out, at least as of last week.
Mr. Braden?
Appreciate you coming tonight, bud. It's good to see you. I hadn't seen you in a while. It was good to hear that there's a good chance that our power bill may be going down some. I just wanted to remind you that when this council was negotiating about a year and a half ago, or it's still negotiating, but when we're negotiating with Gulf Power, we have a long list of people that prefer to pay that higher price. So if you'll get with me, I'll get that list to you so you make sure you,
There you go.
continue to charge them the higher price.
Yeah, there you go. Make sure we do that for sure. Yeah, so just real quick, so appreciate that, Councilman Braden. So we're, this whole evaluation assessment of the rates and all is going to take place, starting in March and go through the end of the year. And then the new rate plan will be in effect from 2022 to 2025. We have fuel adjustment throughout the year, and by the end of 2025, it'll be a lot more favorable. So, and here again, that is all based on approval and what comes out of the March meeting, but we'll be sure to provide updates and keep you posted on those steps.
Dr. Ramswell?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for being here. Two things. One of them is I know that there was some talk about fees being placed on the bills to help y'all recoup some of the money that was spent during Hurricane Michael. I'm wondering if that's still going to occur, and with Hurricane Sally and Laura and others that greatly impacted a lot of folks in this area, would something like that be coming into play?
Yes. So, great question. So whenever a hurricane comes to an area, particularly Hurricane Michael, Hurricane Sally, those are only two that we're talking about as a conversation of being added on the bill. So those storms cost a lot of money. The host utility, whoever's suffering the damage has to, pay all the bills and bring in all the assets and all the resources to get power back up and restored. Public Service Commission, looks for the utilities to come back and say, okay, this is what the cost was to get all these things and get the lights back on and all those. And they scrutinize all the bills, all the payments and all, and go over with a fine tooth comb, just like they're going to do for our rate case. And they'll, say, okay, this is what the number is based on what our costs and estimates are, and then they'll determine the amount that's going to go on the bill. It's called a bit of a surcharge that's going to go on the bill, and they'll determine the number of years that it's going to be on the bill as well. So Hurricane Michael and Hurricane Sally, yes, those will be impartations on the bill. That'll be something specifically for Gulf Power customers and not to be shared with Florida Power and Light customers, because when they have storms down there, that would be an assessment on their bills. So
Would y'all be doing something similar for the COVID folks that have gotten behind on a few months of bills that y'all have had to eat so far?
will we do an assessment on the power bills for that? No. That's something separate. Yeah, that's handled separate. So even, Yeah, so those dollars, there's a whole different kitty, but that wouldn't be something that'd be assessed on the bill. Even our expenses to, obviously get our facility COVID-friendly in response to all those things, yeah, all that's in-house.
And by the way, y'all did such a great job during the hurricanes that impacted our area. We didn't lose power once, at least in our neighborhood, we didn't. So
Good.
kudos
Good.
for that. And I fully anticipated, expected, I had all the batteries and everything. and
All the time,
Didn't
right?
need them, so that was terrific.
Awesome.
My other comment is regarding the polls. And I know at one point, when you and your coworkers were here and talking with us, we talked about being able to put like decorations and such on the poles. And I know it seems trite and sort of insignificant, but especially coming through a holiday season when people really wanted to see more of a decorative purpose, who do we talk to and how could we arrange possibly being able to utilize those poles to hang decorations
Like
along
seasonal
98?
uses and all?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we've done those before. Sometimes that's, well, for the most part, when we've done it before, it's been pretty favorable to do. I mean, we did it in other cities and municipalities as well. It just all depends upon the size of it. You don't want anything too big and gaudy where it's going to cause an issue, where if it does break loose, it's going to get into the lines and cause an outage. But we've done that before, so it's a case by case. Some of those requirements are probably going to be stiffened a little bit. Being the Florida Power's lights are a little bit different than Gulf's rules, but we could talk about it and see. But yeah, so we had some folks in Pensacola that handled what we call pole attachments, and so those are things that we can.
That'd be great. Maybe
Yeah.
Michael and you can touch base on that, even if it's just maybe once or twice a year to begin with, 4th of July and Christmas or something.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that'd be a great boost to the whole community.
okay.
And yeah.
Talk
So
about
thank
it.
you again. I
Yeah,
appreciate it.
Absolutely.
One last one, I think, Ms. Aber.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks for being here, Bernard. I appreciate all the insight and input. My first question was about the Christmas lights on the pole, so thank you, Ms. Preble, for bringing that up. I had the same question. My other question is, I've had folks ask me, when the undergrounding is done, is it 1 mile at a time? Does it take 6 months? Can you just, for public record, for those that are listening, just kind of give them an idea? Because we've been planning this for so long. What is it, what's a quick overview of that?
So an overview on underground would be that it takes years to make that happen, but you got to start somewhere. So I could just use the example of Panama City. They're doing theirs 1 mile at a time. They'll, determine the location of that mile and set those revenues aside to pay for that 1 mile installation, and they'll, make plans for the following year and keep on going. So there's, having a project manager on board is something that we can kind of talk through those pieces. It is something that does take a while, because you have power, you have phone, you have cable, then you have stuff that's already in the ground. So, and the stuff that's in the ground now, unfortunately, has got some, some years on it. So it requires, maybe some things that have to be changed out. The right-of-way is going to be narrow, so you have to look at, the right-of-way area that the system's going to be installed in and maybe obtaining some more easements. But, you got to start somewhere. And so just like any other location, you start having the conversation which we've been having for the last several years. And, but it is a process, to do Destin is probably going to be somewhere, 5 to 7 years to put everything underground. Other areas will go faster than others, but that's kind of a general timeline.
Thank you.
Okay?
See no further comment. Thank you so much.
All right.
Appreciate it, sir.
Talk
Thank
soon.
you.
Thank you much.
All right, at this time, we'll move on to item 3, public comment on agenda items that are not public hearings, and any other matter not on the agenda. So you can speak to anything that's on our agenda tonight, or just something that's important to you that you'd like to share with the council. I'll give 3 minutes. When you come up, just state your name and where you live, and I normally start over there and work my way this way. I'm going to throw you all a monkey wrench in the works, and I'm going to start over here and work my way that way tonight, just to give folks who thought they were going to be tricky and be the last ones to speak, they're going to be first tonight. So is anybody over in this side want to speak first? Come on up.
Good evening, Council. John Stevens, 4025 Indian Trail. Before I forget, I want to thank you guys for getting that 3-way stop done on Kelly and Main. Looks really good. I have seen a couple cars run it, so I don't think people are used to it yet, but I think it'll get there. So going to the delivery, pretty much the topic I'm going to focus on is the application acknowledgement packet, or the sheet. One of the lines in there, it says that we have to sign for, states that liveries cannot use for service any registered chase vessel or non-registered chase vessel. So pretty much, typically I always have the chase vessel like all my other partners. We rotate our chase vessel to keep the hours down in all of our boats. My theory is pretty much as long as there is a vessel that stays back that that you can always have access to, it should be any chase or any boat. I mean, that way we can rotate our vessels. Another example is if when the radios don't work on the boat, I'm going to quickly just swap boats and give the customers a boat that has a working radio. We did chat with, I did chat with code enforcement earlier about it. They said that they're willing to work with us on it. The only thing is, in the application acknowledgement, pretty much I'm signing saying I'm not going to use it. Now, verbally, it says I can use it, or I can do it. But if I send an email saying, hey, I'm using my chase vessel, now I have written proof that I am using my chase vessel, which is against the application acknowledgement. So is there any way that we can probably amend the application acknowledgement to where it says that we can use this chase vessel as long as we notify code enforcement that we're using it? Just a thought. And it also kind of goes into our backup vessel. I typically keep a backup vessel in case the boat goes down, it's going to be out of commission for a little while. I'll put my backup vessel in the water real quick. Well, I was told that the backup vessels are not getting stickers this year. So what will happen is now I'm using a non-registered vessel, but I did notify, in this case I would notify code enforcement I'm going to use this non-registered vessel without the sticker. Once again, going back to the application acknowledgement, that I signed saying I won't do that. I just don't want to get in trouble a year from now saying that, that it was okay verbally, but it's not written down. So that's pretty much on that topic. Going on to the safety video tonight, I guess I have a question. Is it a navigational video or is it a safety video? And I guess, will we be able to discuss the video at any point? Because I know a lot of us would be able to add input. I feel like we do kind of have an understanding of how we need to brief our customers. One thing to keep in mind with these videos, how long is it? How much information does it have in it? Does it cover all the FWC regulations that are required by the state? And then another question is, if we're required to show this video, now, are we going to be showing multiple videos to these customers? So we'll have the video that's required by y'all, video that we made or FWC made that we're still showing the customers. These customers, typically when you watch a video, they have, a 3 to 6 minute time span of where they'll be able to pay attention. After that, you've lost their attention span. Pretty much that's all I got. Y'all have any questions? Or?
Any council members while we have John up here, or you want to reserve that for our discussion?
I got a question. Maybe Joey can help answer it. If he sends over an email to code saying he's switching vessel that's broken down with this vessel and gives you the Florida registration numbers, isn't that how they swap out a broken vessel? So if he sends that email, would that allow him to swap it?
Let's say it's permanently broke down, just like they've done every year in the past. They notify us. They sometimes bring in the ripped pieces and we swap it out. We take that one out of their fleet. We don't charge them for the new sticker and they're on their way. They just give us the new FL number, and that's how that's been done. Now, if it's down for a temporary, we got a process where we're putting together where they just contact us. They let us know which one. Their chase vessels is already registered. We can't increase per the moratorium, and we already know how many they have for that vessel, for that property, So let's say they had 6, and they have to take vessel number, chase vessel number 001. We got to replace their regular register to 022. We just swapped that over for them. It's that simple, as long as they
I
work with us
understand
and they
it's
don't
simple,
increase.
Thank you very much, I appreciate it.
I understand it's simple, but the key thing is,
I hear you.
it's not writing anywhere. I just don't want to get in trouble. Let's say if we end up getting new staff 5 years from now, they don't follow that same guideline. I just don't want to get in trouble later, so,
Thank you.
appreciate it.
I have another thing I wanted to mention about the video. Joey, we spoke about this in our meeting this morning. Joey, would you please explain to them what the video purpose is and that they can add on?
Absolutely. This video, how this came apart is, I came back about 2 years ago. I've been studying for about 2 years. In speaking with one or two of the deliveries, they have mentioned just this year, it'd be nice if we can do some type of video because it's outdated that they're showing from north to south. So I got with Dave, asked him if it would be feasible. He thought it would be a good idea. I got with the sheriff's office. They thought it would be a good idea. They already had one. I got with my PIO. She contacted their PIO. They crunched it down in a 3-minute segment, and it just catches all safety. It's entirely up to you what you guys want to do. It was something that I was trying to do for you guys to help you. It's a starting point.
Okay. And then I do appreciate Joey. He's helping arrange a preseason workshop with the Sheriff's Department. I asked if he can help with that, so appreciate Joey.
Thanks, John.
All right, appreciate it.
Up next. Yeah, just give us a second to wipe everything down for you, keep you safe. Push the red button when it's your turn. State your name and where you're from.
Hi, I'm Peggy Matthews, 1520 Big Skyway. I'm out of Tallahassee, Florida. I'm the Florida representative for American Watercraft Association, which is the organization that represents and advocates for recreational vessels and livery vessels, personal watercraft and other. I'd like to first touch on safety in Okaloosa County. In Okaloosa County to date, as of October 2020, there was 27 accidents total, and only 1/3 of those accidents involved a personal watercraft. And with that 1/3, it does not talk about at fault. It was just 1/3. So statistically, personal watercraft does not have a high number of accidents in the county. Boating congestion is a huge issue all over the state right now. Because of COVID, the only thing they could do is get out on the water. And FWC is responding because people are having problems everywhere. And so FWC has responded by proposing legislation this year to take off the cap of the age requirement for boating education, which will mean when I passed that with Gloria Estefan and Senator King back in 1998, and when we did it, it was all hard copy. It was the Boat Smart book and so forth, and we didn't have the infrastructure to do everybody at one time, and so we ratcheted it up. Well, now it's all online and so forth. So that bill is being sponsored by Representative Sirius out of Brevard and Senate Hudson, that's with the T, out of Flagler. Both of them are Republicans, and we are going to have a leadership-driven legislature this year, meaning nothing's going to get passed if the leadership doesn't want it, and both of those are Republicans. This bill will pass, okay? There is no cost to implement, which, as everybody knows with budget right now, is prime. If it cost 1 penny, it wouldn't get passed. The infrastructure is in place for this to pass. So with that being said, this should be able to appropriately address and enhance safety in this county and all over the state. With that being said, I'd like to pass out quickly. I was told I was given some time, but I will be quick. Okay, what this is a, from the county attorney, And it's research that she did at the request of county commissioners on personal watercraft and the ordinances within the state that pertain to liveries. Now, right off the bat, when she wrote it, obviously she was looking for specifically personal watercraft vendors. It doesn't mean that these ordinances, and none of them are, specifically for personal watercraft because it's against state law. And I want to start on page 6 with Lee County. Back in 1995, Lee County was having a lot of issues. I worked that issue too with boats coming off the beach, okay, going through the swim area. So we worked with that, and the first thing is that this was before the anti-discrimination law was passed in 2000. So when we did that, we said, okay, let's do channels and get the boats out past into open water and everybody's safe. Okay, and as you can see on the top of page 7, that bill is even called Lee County Vessel Control and Water Safety Ordinance. It's not a personal watercraft ordinance. It includes a lot of different things. If you could launch a pontoon boat off the beach, it would have been included in this ordinance. It's just that only personal watercraft could be launched off the beach. If you go down to Bay County, this ordinance includes all vessels. If you look at the second line to the bottom on page 7, it says other vessels propelled or powered by machinery and capable of transporting one or more persons. So their ordinance included all vessels, even though they specifically talk about personal watercraft in the ordinance. On to Walton County, we're on page 8. Okay, once again, this was to have channels off the beach to alleviate a safety problem. And so, like I said, any other vessel would have been included in this also. And if you can see in the middle of that paragraph, it doesn't pertain to the bay or any rivers. So it is just to address a congestion issue along the shoreline. And in conclusion, and I missed one thing I'd like to say on page 7, back to page 7 in the second paragraph. The second paragraph, okay, this attorney acknowledges the anti-discrimination Florida statute 32762D, says which prevents local regulations discriminating against personal watercraft. Going to the conclusions, the one thing back in the very next to the last line, it says there are not any regulations, okay, that regards speed limits and limit of number of rentals, okay, that everything, the PFD, the age and all that, that's all backed by Florida statute. That's backed by law. That's why it's on the books. But to go in and discriminate against personal watercraft that's not backed by Florida statute is illegal. And with that, the only other thing that I've heard discussed briefly was the difference between personal watercraft, rented personal watercraft, and owner-operated personal watercraft. And so you're not discriminating against personal watercraft if you're just targeting rented. That's not how the statute is implemented. The statute, you can't take a segment of a population of a vessel and do something to that and say it's not being discriminatory against the whole class of vessel, because it is. So with that, this was a very, very thorough legal research. It was just written pointed toward personal watercraft, so it reads very pointed, but you got to read that there's not one ordinance on the books that pertains strictly to personal watercraft in the state of Florida. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I have a question for Mayor.
Go ahead, Dr. Ramswell. Right over here.
Just a couple questions. One of them is you were noting that there were 27 accidents, but only 1/3 were PWCs. What were the other 18? Do you have a distribution by type?
No, just regular vessels. We don't really go to pontoons versus, some kind of, center console boat. It was just personal watercraft versus traditional boats. And I got this information from FWC in Tallahassee.
Okay, because I was just wondering if they actually broke it down, if, 9 PWCs versus, 5 ferries, 2 barges, 11 something else, or whatever.
Yeah, no, not in this. Now, The FWC releases their accident report every year. So the 2020 report will be released sometime in March or April. Okay, and it's a full statewide accident reports by class of vessel, reason for accident, like, collision with object or, whatever it might be. And so FWC will have that coming out. I just called them to get this information, so I'd have it up to date.
And can you clarify, because I'd really like to understand this paragraph that you were referring to on page 7, which talks about portions of Lee County's ordinance. It says, portions were enacted prior to the codification, which prevents local regulations discriminating against personal watercraft. However, the conditions portion were amended in 2012 after the statutory provision was codified. Can you clarify some of that?
Okay, well, yes and no. I can tell you about what was passed in 95, okay, which was before the anti-discrimination. Okay, if I'm not mistaken, and I did not write this, okay, I think what she's talking about is that some of the stuff, and it's in the second part, the paragraph below, talks about some stuff about when they tied it to land use. Okay, they tied whatever to land use. And because they very last line in that section, chapter 163 is land use statutes. So that was enacted after the discrimination law and added to that ordinance. But the personal watercraft stuff was before the discrimination.
So which element of that are you tying to our situation?
Okay, what I'm saying is the first part, the 1995, when it strictly pertained to personal watercraft, and it only pertained to watercraft because that's the only boat that launch off the beach, okay, that is strictly personal watercraft, and that's how it reads. However, it's in this ordinance, okay, and even back in 1995, okay, they kept it open so it wouldn't be pertained to personal watercraft in case somebody came up with some other recreational water toy that can be launched off the beach. They wanted to be able to include that. So even though there is an ordinance for personal watercraft, part of that, it was before 2000 because she recognizes in the second paragraph that you cannot discriminate against personal watercraft.
Thank you for the clarification.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Mr. Braden.
This is, over here. So what you're saying is this is pertaining to wave runners / jet skis and has not pontoon boats, sailboats, center consoles?
No, it does in the aspect of these ordinances, like Bay County includes all vessels. But when she wrote this, she was specifically asked what regulations are on the books for personal watercraft. That's why it reads all toward personal watercraft. But if you'll look like at Bay County, when it goes down to the bottom of page 7, it talks about other powered, propelled or powered machinery capable of carrying one or more persons, which would include any type of vessel.
Because I've glanced through all of it. It just repeats itself as far as jet skis, and
Because that's what she was asked to do by the city commission, the county commission. She was asked to research strictly, because you can see the title of the memo. The title of the memo is Regulations of Personal Watercraft Vendors. So she was specifically asked to answer a question, and that's what this is.
But you say we're discriminating against personal watercraft, and personal watercraft is jet skis or wave runners.
Correct?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you much. Next up, looking around, just a second, we'll clean the microphone. I've been very liberal with my 3-minute time limit, and I'm going to continue that, but not for 5 minutes or 10 minutes or so.
I won't take that long.
Thank you, sir.
Ed Rogers, 500 Harbor Boulevard.
So don't worry if the light turns red.
Okay.
I'll interrupt when it's time.
I'm here to talk about leaving our boats in the parking lot in the off-season so that we can work on them and get them prepared for the following season. If you remember at the workshop, when we were going to work out all these problems that we had with the city, and the council, you know, they don't work with us, they don't talk to us, they don't ask us our opinion. So that was a chance for us to work with them and you, and they didn't bring up the parking lot. We knew they weren't gonna. And if you remember, I got up at the very end and said, hey, what about these boats in the parking lot? Because I knew what they were gonna do. The following day, they came out and took pictures of all of our boats in the parking lot. They want to talk about it at the workshop, because then there's some give and take, and we might be able to reason with you guys. You know, we don't get the hour separately to brief you guys. We get 3 minutes. And it's not fair. That, putting my boats in my lot so that I can work on them and get them prepared for the season is every bit of as important as me renting them during the season. If I can't do one, I can't do the other. So, you know, I think you guys have heard the term targeting. They're targeting us. They're targeting us. There's no other way around it. And I hear all kinds of things. You know, I don't know if Dr. Ramswell, if you ever got that letter you requested. You requested a letter that they had sent us last year about our boats being illegal on the parking lot. And they pulled the letter back. And, you know, our problem then was that when I spoke to almost every city council member, not one of them knew that that letter went out. Not only that, I went back as far as 2002, and there wasn't a single conversation in the city council about pontoon boats on the top side of the property, and that was an illegal use, or that we wanted to talk about that being an illegal use. When I bought my property in 2010, I went to the city and said, this is what I want to do. This is the business I want to run. And they said, you can run that business from this property. Then I spent $1.5 million. And so now 10 years later, they tell me, oh no, it's illegal. And by the way, it's always been illegal. Now we have the money and the manpower, so that's why we're doing it. That's hogwash. That's not true. There's never been a discussion. They don't decide the laws, you guys do. And you guys haven't discussed it. You haven't talked about it. That map was passed in 2004. Some of these guys have been in business 30 years. I've been in business 11. I'm one of the newer guys. And yet, nothing's ever been said, but now that they want to put the screws to the pontoon guys, now there's a problem with the boats in the parking lot. I also heard that there's an environmental issue. And when I heard it, I laughed. I thought, I know they don't understand our business because they've never taken the time to try to understand it. But I don't even know if they understand the city that they're promulgating rules on. Because if I scrape barnacles off of a pontoon boat and pick them up and throw them in the dumpster, and I'm told, well, maybe those will get into the harbor. What about the 100 fishing boats that are too big to come out that you pay a guy to come scrape the barnacles off your boat and they go into the water? They've been doing it for 100 years. The bottom paint I use is $300 a gallon, and it's made so it doesn't hurt the animal life. It doesn't hurt anything in the environment. It's made to go in the water. So to say that somehow there's going to be some kind of runoff that'll go into the harbor, again, it's just another excuse. And then I've heard that, well, people are complaining that they don't like the look. I can't find a record of anybody officially complaining about the pontoon boats on 98. Maybe there's been some phone calls, but you know, people call to complain about the traffic. People call to complain about the smell at the seafood market. I mean, you know, we're a boating community. We're a vacation destination. And if I can't put my boats here and work on them, they have to go somewhere. And I don't hear any ideas from the city staff. And that's why we take it as they're just trying to put us out of business. They're doing everything they can to make it difficult for us to operate. And you know, it's starting to become personal with us because I can't get an appointment with the city manager. I've tried 3 times. Now, to be fair to him, somebody calls me every time from the city staff. to talk to me. But I don't want to talk to them. I want to talk to the city manager. You know, you could say a lot of things about Mr. Casella that used to be here, but every time I called him, I got an appointment, and I got to talk to him. And we didn't always agree, but I got to look him in the eye, and I knew that he understood where I was coming from. And we don't feel that there. We feel like they don't want our input, they don't care, and they're going to spin it however they need to spin it. And this thing on the parking lot, there's nothing to spin. It's part of our business. We're not storing boats. There's no boat storage. And I will invite every one of you to come to my property. You can meet me there, you don't have to. You can walk it, you can look at my lot. There's no oil. If there's oil on my pavers, it's because a car this summer was leaking oil. But it's not for my boats. And if we work on the boat, we've got a tarp under them. I'm proud of that parking lot. And my colleagues are the same way. We're pros at what we do, and yet they don't ask us for any input. And that's so frustrating when, you know, you got two guys that are mentors to me. They've been doing it 30 years. And I want to say one more thing. That, you know, we feel like we're getting picked on, but not only that, these businesses are some of the best businesses in Destin. We have some of the highest pay. We provide benefits a lot of businesses don't provide, and we do things in the community that nobody else does. I mean, we give boats to everybody. We just gave boats to I gave $10,500 worth of boats this year. And I learned from Charles. When I came in, I rented from him, and I watched, they gave boats to everybody. The military, the first responders, you know, handicapped kids, single moms, I mean, everybody. And so we just follow suits, and every one of my colleagues does the same thing. And so when you're out there, you pay a good wage, you provide benefits, you do things in the community, and not only that, we provide lots of jobs. There's welders, mechanics, upholstery folks, the boat dealers, the parts guys. Not only that, even the restaurants. You know, my staff works a long day in the summer, so we have to buy them lunch. We buy them from all the local restaurants.
Wrap it up, Ed.
So, you know, we give a lot, and we feel like we're getting picked on.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Mayor, if I may say something?
Sure.
I met with the city today, was my pre-meeting, and had a long conversation because I had read what was coming up, and this was just this was a suggestion from the CRA to the city to put together for us to discuss tonight. So none of this is law. This is pure suggestion. And some of my thoughts were, okay, you got divers scraping the fishing boats. I've watched them happen. You know, these guys put tarps under their boat and scrape theirs in their parking lots. If you own your lot, you should be able to use your lot. If you're renting from a lot that has like a restaurant and it's taking away from their business, then that's the one that's questionable. This unsightliness of boats being worked on 98, well then maybe we could put some sort of a fencing up while you're working on them and they're all up. Just something that hides it for those 2 or 3 months that you're working on it. But this is something, when this comes up, that we all get to discuss. So please don't think this is law, because I didn't like any of it. And they explained to me, this is just, we need your feedback because we represent you. They give us things that are coming to them, and then we decide what's best for you and what's best for our city. We're not going to take what they give us and do what they tell us, because that's their job is to help us see what the issues are, and then our job is to help you, help us, help our city. So none of that is fact. That is suggestions. So let us get to that section tonight, and let us have a good discussion on our thoughts on how we can make this right for everybody.
And I appreciate that sentiment. But last year, they sent us a letter saying, you're breaking the law. You're operating illegally, and we were not.
We'll have that discussion, Ed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mayor, I had a question as
Sure.
well, and this is actually more for staff. Mr. Rogers is correct. I don't think I received that letter that I had requested, so if whomever was going to look that up could please send that to me or to all of council. And another question, and I guess this is Joey or our land use attorney. What does our LDC state about boats in a parking lot? And you don't need to answer me right now if you need to look
Yeah,
something
I
up.
think we're going to get into that.
'Cause I'd like to
We'll get to
hear
that
that.
agenda item, so just
Yeah.
kind of keep that on the back burner.
I'll just say that exactly what the mayor said is accurate. Staff has a thorough analysis of that for later.
Awesome, thank you.
I just don't want to put the cart before the horse. This is public input time.
Right, and if it
We're
was
gonna have
something
we're
they
gonna have a
had to
robust
look up-
discussion over this issue, I am sure.
Sure, and if-
Rodney, is there anything a specific question, or can you wait during our discussion?
No, it can wait. I just was preparing them in case they did need to look something up,
Roger.
so they would have it for the
Yeah, I
discussion.
think they do.
Thank
All
you.
right. Rodney, do you want to make us, ask a question, or would you rather wait till we get to the debate portion?
I had a question, but if I can ask my question at the debate portion, then fine.
Sure, if you don't mind, we'll go ahead and get through the public comment, let these guys go. Ed took up a bunch of your time, so make it quick. Yeah, and at this portion of the meeting, just bring us new stuff. Don't
Well, I'm
rehash
going
the
to bring
stuff
in
that
new stuff,
John's
but I'm
gone.
going to give you a little bit of history of my
Sure.
stuff, because this is critical to my business.
No
If
doubt
this-
about it. I'm just
if-
trying to share this with the
If you
audience.
guys pass an ordinance eliminating boats from my upland property, it is critical to my business. It might put me out of business. I just wanted to give you a little history. Ed covered a lot of territory. I should get my 3 minutes. Staff had half hour or 1 hour
No,
to discuss it with each of y'all
You'll get your
today.
3, I just don't want you to take 10.
I understand.
Okay, go, because
Okay.
Ed took 10.
So basically, I'm one of the guys, I've been renting jet skis on Destin Harbor since 1990. And I'm in my 31st year. I put my first pontoon boats, I had two of the first pontoon boats on Destin Harbor in 1997. I was maintaining my boats on my upland property since 1990, guys. I don't know when these codes came into effect. I don't know what year they started, but obviously there must be some issues with the code. So going back that long, you think somebody would have come and told me before I bought my property or after I bought my property, you're using it illegally. So for 31 years, they allow me to use my property for this purpose and maintain my vessels. Now all of a sudden, I'm illegal after 30 years. The city came up a year ago, and they decided they were going to send us letters of violation, that we were violating a code. I rode around town, I got pictures, and I got 11 different properties that were violating the same code that the city said that I was violating, pictures of boats and/or trailers on property south of Mountain Drive. The city issued, of the 11 properties, the city issued 7 letters of violation. The only people that got letters of violation were livery vessel operators. The other 4 that were not livery vessel operators did not receive letters of violation. You call it what you want, buddy. I call it targeting. And if that's not targeting, it doesn't take a math professional to know that 7 out of 11 of the same thing is targeting. We were targeted. So then staff looks back, they rescind these letters, okay? And they say, well, we need to go back to the drawing board. So they go back to the drawing board and they come up with some new information here that now, let's put this law into the livery vessel license application so that if they violate it, we got them. You see what I'm saying? So they're creating whatever they need, staff is creating, instead of helping us. We could avoid all this. If staff would be helpful and want to be helpful and try to help us, this wouldn't have gone this far. They're trying to hurt us at every turn they can. They're putting it off to you. And you can say, thank you, Ms. Abeata, I appreciate your comments, but just remember this. We had 3 workshops. We had all kind of ideas tossed around. We have gotten, the livery vessel industry has not gotten one positive thing come out of any one of the workshops that we've had so far. All I ask for these vessels is a seasonal use if there's no interference with my parking, that I can use my parking lot November, December, January, February to a seasonal use to work on my boats if I'm not interfering with my parking, and I'm not interfering with my parking. The sad thing about all this is it's not everybody on staff that is hurtful or harmful to us. Okay, but realize this, they come to you, and Mr. Braden, you said at the last meeting that we have to give them the tools that they need to do their job. Here's the thing, they treat you like Santa Claus, like Grandma and Grandpa. They come into you and they're asking, we want some more candy, give us some more candy, give us some more tools. So you give them the tools. Then 2 weeks later, they're coming back, they want more tools. They've added 2 or 3 more tools in here. So that you keep giving them tools and tools and tools and tools. You give them sharp knives, you give them axes, you give them hatchets to chop us up. Now they're coming back, they're asking you for chainsaws. You might give them that tonight. Next week, they might come back and ask for a bulldozer so they can bulldoze us under. When are they going to stop asking? But I'll leave you one last thought. There are several members of staff that have been extremely helpful to our industry, helping us over the years. The sad thing is, I can't give you their names because I'm scared they might get reprisal from their superiors. Thank you.
Mr. Abady, I had a question for him. Out of those 11 businesses, staff and city, we really, me being a previous board member, a committee member, we rely on citizens' input and help to help staff understand what's going on in the city. Those other 4 businesses, did you ever notify anybody at city or the staff that they were in violation?
I'm just going to complain about
I understand,
everybody else.
but you're telling us that they did nothing except for the 7.
Correct.
In all honesty, in the future, you should present that information to city staff to let them know, just so they can go do their job.
They don't care.
I'm just saying you should do that,
to
sir.
council.
Just a recommendation, please.
Right. I'd rather present it to council. We may get help from council. We know we're not getting any help from staff.
Thank you, Mike. After we clean the podium here, we'll take another person from the center room. Come on.
Sherry Andrews, 5 Calhoun Avenue. Just to piggyback real briefly off Mike's, I don't have the luxury of owning my own property. So I have a landlord. And when that came out last year or the year before, I was told to get my boats off the property. So I had to go buy a piece of property on Mountain Drive for $540,000 to store my boats 3 months out of the year. The other thing I'd like to briefly touch on is the application. I used to own a very rambunctious, rowdy bar, extremely busy bar on Mountain Drive. I was required annually to renew that license. This is what was required, a check. That's all, nothing else, a check. This is my application I turned into the city on Thursday. It's 79 pages. It's been kicked back to me twice already. Once, because on the parking agreement, I filled out the proper information on the top, and then all the parking information that was asked of me, I attached this extremely detailed 3-page spreadsheet that was given to using current LDC parking requirements as of December 1st, 2020. It was kicked back to me by staff saying it wasn't on their paperwork. In addition, and this is my fault, got that taken care of. Additionally, I didn't get some signed. That's on me. I would request that I have not gone back to my landlord because I've been to him 7 times now to get this 79-page application done. I'm scared to death to go back to him again because it's much easier for him to say, get out of here. I'm going to let a charter boat come in here, and this is what they have to give the city. I'm not saying that, but basically that's what they have to give the city. So I have requested on Friday, before I go to my landlord for the 8th time now, I have requested that the city please give me anything else that is lacking in my application. So I only have to go to my landlord one final time. And as of today, this was provided on, I asked them that on Friday. I understand yesterday was a holiday, but I have not heard anything. So I would ask that before any of us, whoever hasn't turned their information in, review it, give us a list of the deficiencies so we can go back to whoever we need to. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. Up next. Just give us a second. Hi, thank you for listening to me tonight. My name is Scott Johnson. I live at 503 Regatta Bay Boulevard. What prompted me to come here tonight and speak to you is I read an article in the Destin Log regarding homeless assistance in the city of Destin for perhaps a shelter or something like that. My background, I retired from law enforcement for 28 years. I have extensive experience from Portland, Oregon, dealing with homelessness, a variety of different backgrounds, from people that have addictions, mental health issues, emotional issues, people that just don't want to live inside. So I have a lot of information and watched Portland spiral into probably one of the most unlivable cities in the United States. In my opinion, that's part of what prompted me to move away from it so far. After dealing with all the issues that surround homelessness, it's a big topic, and I understand that. But to kind of consider bringing more homelessness to Destin was a little disturbing to me, having retired and moved here 3.5 years ago. It's not something that I'd like to see happen here, having watched it occur over 28 years that I lived in Portland. So basically, I wanted to provide myself as a resource and just somebody with some on-the-ground experience dealing with the people that do look for these resources, just to offer an opinion and a viewpoint that might be contrary to attracting more homelessness to the area. My experience just in generally in Portland was the more we offered, the more people showed up. I would arrest people and take people to jail who came from all over the United States. And the reason that they came is because we offered more things, more opportunities for them to remain homeless than anywhere else in the country. They loved it. We give them an ATM card, so they could just go to an ATM machine and they put $1,000, $1,500 of cash, the state did, on these cards. So these people didn't have to, trade their food stamps for 50 cents on the dollar. They could just go to the ATM machine, get some money, and go buy some dope. So it was outstanding. They love it. Most of the people that I dealt with had no desire to move inside. They all wanted to remain outside. When people did have a desire to go inside, there were so many resources available, they easily found it. And I don't want to go into, I can go into all the details. It would take a very long time to explain all the different reasons and all the different backgrounds and all the different types of people. But I just really want to advocate that I think that the services that are available here and the ones that are in Bay County and in Fort Walton are more than enough opportunity for the homelessness that's here. And if there's other alternatives, I'd just like to offer myself as a resource to kind of give that history and answer questions to anybody that might have them. Thank you very much. Anybody, any questions? Seeing none, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
If you don't mind, reach out to us via email, cityofdestin.com, with your name, address, stuff like that, so all city council members can access your opinion. Thank you. All right. Anyone else here in the center? Going once, going twice. Let's move on into this side right here. Come on up. State your name and where you live, for the record.
Jason Schilder with Extreme H2O, 291 Briarwood Circle, Fort Walton Beach. Last week, we reached out to city staff in an attempt to schedule a meeting regarding the lack of ability to exchange equipment or a clear message as to how backup equipment could be substituted for equipment under maintenance or equipment that has been damaged. Under the new guidelines, we cannot do this. As we've explained to staff, the new rules is written in the current packet, specifically forbid the use of equipment between locations, as well as the ability to utilize one of our chase vessels or our backup equipment as a replacement for equipment that's being maintained or has been damaged. Line 8 of the application states livery vendor agrees not to rent for service any registered chase vessel or non-registered vessel. Line 9 states livery vendor agrees to only use the registered stickered vessels on file from the property of record. This is a subject many of us have addressed multiple times, yet we still have no written clarification. We have 2 locations in Destin. We have 1 in Fort Walton Beach. Our fleets are basically sister fleets. If a vessel needs maintenance, it's damaged, or has a mechanical issue, it is necessary for us to move equipment between locations or utilize a piece of our backup equipment. My concern is our signature on the acknowledgement page implies the potential loss of the ability to operate if any rule is broken. Line 13 states, livery vendor understands that violation of the rules and regulations can result in fines or suspension of livery vendor privileges. Just today, we had good conversations with Mr. Forjon and Mr. Baslak, and they've assured us that they're going to work with us throughout the season if we have these issues. But there's still no written policy that will guarantee that us livery businesses will not be penalized for running our businesses efficiently. My fear is that code enforcement or city staff could change, and without written consent that we may make these necessary swaps, that the current employees' word will not be good, and that has happened to us in the past. Without further written clarification as to how liveries can operate their fleets in a way that enables us to maintain our equipment and still stay operational, we cannot, in good conscience, complete our application, as it seems the city is setting us up to fail. I look forward to a resolution on this matter so we can complete our packet in a timely manner and submit it to the city. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next step in the center. Last going once, going twice. Okay, we'll start over here. Keep going over here then. Anyone? Come on up.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. Earlier today, I attended the Board of County Commissioners meeting.
Name.
Greg Fisher, 35 Riverbay Court,
Thanks,
San Jose
Greg.
Beach. Soon to be Destin, by the way. I'm moving to Destin. Earlier today, I attended the Board of County Commissioners meeting where the county attorney, Lim Hoshiauer, introduced her findings on personal watercraft regulation. I find it interesting that on page 5, section 4, she acknowledges Florida statute 3762D pertaining to the discrimination of personal watercraft. She specifically says that if the county put these regulations in place, a challenge could incur, and this has never been defined in court. The reason why this is significant is because a government attorney in Okaloosa County, that is not the city, has a different legal opinion regarding this matter. Although I'm not here today to specifically request action for this portion of the moratorium, I wanted to make it aware to the council for future proceedings. We somehow skipped over the concern recently of transferability of permits. We are still asking for better clarification. I don't understand why city staff thinks verbal and handshake agreements are okay. If there are problems with transferability, we should just talk to the city staff. Let me ask you all a question. If you are selling a $3 million home and your real estate agent says, oh, the house is just fine, take our word for it, would you do it? This goes with other aspects of the ordinance, such as equipment swaps, which some of my colleagues will be talking about today, which Jason Schilder just did. We are tired of hearing it's okay to do something, but we have to sign something that says it isn't, or it's too ambiguous. Good government does not function this way. I also want to address the city's 2035 vision that focuses on, quote unquote, beaches and fishing. How can you not look into the future and not include water sports or boating? How can you cross over the Destin Bridge on a summer day and say, we are just beaches and fishing? We need to stop disenfranchising many of these individuals and businesses that are here today. I will continue harping on this fact until I am blue in the face. Water sports, sightseeing tours, sailing charters, and others have earned a seat at the table. Lastly, I want to just say that we really just need to figure out these issues. We are less than 2 months away until spring break starts. These operators will be opening soon, and they need clarification. Some of them have accepted that they cannot grow their fleet, but will not allow it to go any further. I'm sure council and staff do not want to spend 2 hours every council meeting debating this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up,
Mayor, can I ask something real quick?
ask or comment.
Comment?
Can you hold it?
Yeah.
You know why. Let's get through this. We've got plenty of times for comments. Thank you. Come on up.
Marcy Bell, 3 Gulf Breeze Court. Actually, I'm not going to talk about livery vessels. I will say that as somebody who has stood here many times before and not really had a dog in any fight, there's a lot of truth that's been spoken at this podium tonight. With that being said, I wanted to bring to this body's attention that 5 years ago tonight, Diana Lynn Monson stood before this body and spoke about Parcel B out on Holiday Isle and how that parcel is currently zoned HDR. It went straight from conservation to HDR. I've spoken about it till I'm blue in the face. I told you guys I stood at her bedside 2 days before she passed and told her that I would carry the torch until the end of my time. I'm here again. 5 years ago tonight, the Army Corps of Engineers stood before this body and told you that property cannot be developed. It's under a perpetual spoils easement for that protection of that pass and the dredging and keeping it open. I've also stood before this body a few months ago. I don't know if you guys were here yet. I know you were in the room. I know you're always around, and I know that you 3 guys were here, and I know that Mayor was here. I just lost my train of thought. I talked about how that land is public and how it's been public. It's always been public. It was made with public taxpayer dollars, federal dollars, state dollars, county dollars, and local dollars. It's time for that property to go back into conservation. It's what it needs to be, and it's what it was intended to be. There's a perpetual deed to the state of Florida that makes that property conservation for eternity. That's what the word perpetual means. I asked this body to direct the staff to start working on getting that changed. I'm tired of talking about it. Diana has been dead 5 years. It's over. We need to get it done. Now, that was my high point. The only other thing I have to say at this podium tonight is you guys have a serious problem with your waste management contract. I've gone through it with a fine-tooth comb. We have a situation on my street recently where they discovered that 75% of the properties on my street do not have service, do not pay for their service. That's 15 units out of 20 that do not pay for their service. Why is that happening here? We're under code to have the service with you guys. You can come out and you can give me a ticket or fine or whatever it's called from code compliance for not having the service. Waste Management doesn't even know that they don't have people paying and they're picking up their garbage. The cans are picked up twice a week. I would also like to talk to you about the placement of cans when they're not at the curbside. There are properties in the city that are not keeping their cans on their own property because they don't want them on their property. We need to find out a way to get some teeth into an ordinance that says that if you have service with the city by city ordinance, those cans need to stay at your property at the address that you have service. It's becoming bad. It's really bad. Last thing I have to say is I stood up here and I fought for short-term rental rules to stop the garbage because we have rats, Crystal Beach, Holiday Isle, we have problems. It's time for those same stringent rules to be applied to owner-occupied units as well as long-term rentals. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else over on this side? Public testimony. I want to remind everyone that you have another opportunity at the end of the meeting to speak again, if you want to wait that long.
Mayor, I had a question for staff. Is Joey here? I can't. Oh, okay,
Yes,
he's
ma'am.
hidden. Do we issue citations for people that do not abide by the code and maintain waste service?
Yes, ma'am, by the code, it's a $50 citation for not having waste management.
And how do we enforce that? I mean, how?
We get confirmation through waste management, it gets brought to our attention from the public or my officers come across it. And then we go ahead and proceed. We give them either a citation warning, and if they don't comply, then we go ahead and give them their $50 ticket.
So essentially, it's relying on somebody reporting someone else.
That or my officers just coming about it, because most of the times they may come up on a case and they see there's no cans, so then they're like, okay, so we send an email to Waste Management to confirm if they have Waste Management or not. If they confirm they don't, then we take action on that violation as well.
I seem to remember that there used to be something that we would get stickers, and you'd have to place a sticker on your trash can. And that's been years since they've done that, but I can feel a flaw in the system, and it's something maybe we can talk about at another time, but I just wanted to plant that seed. Thank you.
You said you were going to be brief, so you
Well,
threw me off my game, man.
I'm very good at trying to be brief. So let me explain a situation, and Michael was involved in this with me. 2 years ago, I called Waste Management out to my street because they weren't picking up yard waste. Because they start at the front end of Holiday Isle, they fill the truck, and then they never come back. Week after week after week. So they came out, and I called Holiday Isle, City, myself, and Waste Management came out. Well, in all of that about yard debris, they found out that there were cans, again, that were on our street, but they weren't paying for service. So they had this wonderful idea at Waste Management that they were going to come through and put the address on the can where it had service. So they fixed that, and then the guy driving by would know that, oh, number 5 doesn't have service, so we're not going to pick up number 5's can. Well, that's never happened. Here we are 2 years later, everybody has a can, everybody has a number on their can, and 15 out of the 20 aren't paying. So even with a sticker, this is not a staff issue. This is clearly a waste management issue.
Right.
And Waste Management is not holding up to their end of the contract that you signed with them, that we as the citizens are held to because you have us under code to pay for their service. And we can go get another service, but then we have to still pay for the Waste Management service.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Don't come back until the end. All right. Okay, anyone else? Come on up, ma'am.
Carrie Harbarger, Spring Lane. I wanted to understand, I thought that when we negotiated the waste management contract, we were no longer collecting their bills. I'm a private entity here, and I don't see anybody collecting my invoices. Furthermore, does Waste Management, do they pay us back for the code compliance officer? That's about $45,000 a year to pay to do this. And I say this because we pay double fees than like Walton County. They negotiate, it's political, we all know that, and I'm not quite sure the citizens know that, but while we pay about $20-something a month, people in Walton County only pay about $10 a month, $11 a month. So with that being said, why are we collecting their bills? I thought we got past that. I've been coming here a long time, I thought we got past that, but I guess we're not. So that was my complaint. We need to look into that, and that was it. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Staff, is there truth in that? Are we collecting waste management bills?
No, we're not.
When you find people for not paying their bills, can you find businesses for me that aren't paying my bills?
Can you add that to the list of things to potentially discuss as an inefficiency in the system, perhaps?
All right, anyone else? Seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment period at this time. Again, a reminder, we'll have another public comment period at the very end of the meeting after our council members and staff, or myself and our attorneys have their final reports. So, we're going to go ahead and move on into the city manager's report. We don't have any public hearings. After the city manager's report, we'll take a break before we wrap up item 7. All right, so go ahead, Lance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item 4A, and I'm going to combine it with 4B, are both going to be presented by Ms. Crystal Strickland. It is the capital project status report that was implemented at the beginning of this fiscal year and the operations financial report that you began receiving at the beginning of this fiscal year. So I'll turn this over to Crystal.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Before you, you have the capital project status update. So you'll see that now we've numbered all the projects that we're doing. On the far left-hand column, the second column is the council objective number. All the council objectives are listed on the following page, or page 3 actually. So initial status is that all of the capital projects that were approved with this 5-year adopted capital project plan are mostly on time and they're started. And there's been a lot of initial or additional progress in the early weeks of January as well. So you'll see those next month. So if you have any questions about the capital projects, now's the time.
I got a question, sir, ma'am. Do you know if on project number 29, the library tablet station RFID and mobile app, I think one of our first meetings we got here, there was a grant or something that we approved. How do those tie together versus what's in the budget or what we approved that night?
Yes, all of the grants that the city currently has are cost reimbursement grants. So we completed the procurement. The tablet stations are being set up right now. The RFID tagging, the tags have come in the mail. And the first training for the library staff members is going to happen in early February, and then they will start tagging all of the assets. So that's progressing very nicely, and our first report is due to the grant funding agency, where we will request reimbursement for all of our cash out to date. So with a lot of these, we have to submit copies of canceled checks to prove that we paid them. In this particular one, this IMLS CARES Act grant, it's not quite that complex, but.
Thank you.
Any other questions on the capital project status?
I had a question regarding the bathrooms, the Buck Destin restrooms. Have any, and Morgan's Children's Park Playground, anything like that that could be construed as something that the tourists utilize? Has any of that been brought forward to TDC? And I know obviously they were in a crunch this year, but are these things that have been considered to be brought forward to them at some point for funding?
I can probably answer that. We have absolutely in the past asked the TDC if we could include other facilities within the city, specifically Morgan Sports Center, which would make sense. Other parks such as Joe's Bayou boat launch facility and Clement Taylor. At that point, we didn't have the new Destin Park on Calhoun Avenue. The opinion of the TDC has been so far that those do not qualify as tourist facilities. And I think that we should continue to revisit this issue every year with them, especially the sports center, because of the number of outside tournaments we draw in every year. Besides we do provide programming for our residents in the surrounding area, but we put a bunch of tournaments on at that facility that are not primarily of our residents or local area people. They are for tourists. So.
Absolutely. Mr. Overdeer, you're our representative there. Maybe that's something that you can plant a bug or plant a seed, whatever the expression is.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. My other question relates to what she was just speaking of, like the pickleball courts, that couldn't that be put in for funding, because we're trying to increase the opportunities to have more of those tournaments here in Destin, which we've been losing to Fort Walton Beach and to Crestview. So wouldn't that also be something we could either get toward, the TDC to pay for, or even grant money for us to upgrade and build more pickleball courts?
I don't think it ever hurts to ask them if we can include that in our budget requests from fiscal year to fiscal year. I think what they're going to ask us for is, can we demonstrate that this is impacting the tourism in the city of Destin? So if we can demonstrate that somehow, then we would probably have a shot at some of the money.
Well, I think Lisa could probably speak best to this, and Lisa, you're in the back of the room. You've had enough of these other industry areas that have asked us to host tournaments at the pickleball courts. Am I correct on that?
I'm sorry, have you had
outside sources asking to do tournaments for pickleball here in Destin because they're at other areas and we've missed out on it because we don't have the courts or enough?
Yeah, they really, they don't really come here because we don't have the courts. You need land, and you really need multiple courts to put these on. I mean, you've got pickleball, in Arizona and, places like that, and those are huge. I mean, could you bring in a small, we did some small pickleball tournaments at the community center. That's only 3, that's very local, 3 courts, but you need to bring in, 12 plus courts to, do a nice tournament.
All right. Continue.
So if there are no further questions on the status of our capital projects, then we can take a look at our current operational report. So on the first page, you have the general fund, where you see our status of year-to-date actuals versus the budget. My projections are that we are continuing in line with our original budget. There were some unexpected grant funds that came in. The ad valorem taxes, the last report, you saw that was a negative 290 because I gave an early distribution to one of the CRAs. $100,000 came in November to offset that, and you will see additional ad valorem taxes coming in the month of December and January, which is traditionally where we receive most of those funds. Everything else is pretty much on target as we anticipated. The second page is the 2 CRAs. So at the top, you'll see the Town Center CRA, where and you'll see that distribution of the ad valorem of $290,000, which was the city's portion, already went to them. And currently they have a few operational expenses, but most of their money is transferred out to cover their debt service on their bonds. Next, you'll see the Harbor CRA. No funds have been brought in so far this year, just a little bit of interest income off their bank account. Their expenses are low, and all of the cash out is also going to their bond funding, but they still have a healthy balance, and they're doing fine. Their ad valorem taxes will be coming in shortly. Actually, they've been coming in over the last few weeks. And last page is the fund balance, and we've continued to maintain a fund balance of approximately $2.9 million, which is right exactly where we need to be in order to stay on track with all of these reimbursement grants that we have. Any questions on the operating financial statements?
Any questions, council? No questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move on to item 4C, which is an update on the complaint process and procedures related. What we have is in your agenda packet are copies of the internal complaint policy, which we've had in place for a number of years, since I've been here at least, if not beyond that, which is incorporated into our personnel policies. And that primarily deals with harassment type issues between staff members or between the public and a staff member. We did do some updates and tweaks on it to bring it up to where it needed to be. So that's included as one of the items in this packet. The next item is a process that we've had in place for many years. It makes available on our website a portal for residents to use to report complaints, and they can report good things too, but it gets used a lot for complaints. And where staff made an improvement here is the process has been stored in staff's head, but it was never recorded and written down for organizational memory. So staff has taken the time to draw up a flow chart of the process and some regulations or some rules that would accompany that. And so now we have that policy in place, or that procedure in place. Lastly, is an item we did not have in place. It's related to a whistleblower, and we were okay not having it in place because there are federal and state statutes that address this, but to cover all our bases, we did look at best practices around and came up with a procedure to follow, and we're just following the state and federal statutes, but this should cover us, and we're happy to answer any questions. I've got Ms. Karen Jankowski, our HR manager, who's put in a lot of work on this, and Webb Warren, who's put in a lot of work on this, and Kyle Bauman, our city attorney.
Does council have any questions concerning the complaint process and procedure documents? Go ahead, Dr. Ramswell.
I just want to thank you guys for the hard work put into this. I know a lot of this, as you stated, was, just tradition and how things had been done. So I think actually getting something like this in writing and putting it in concrete, so to speak, for everybody to reference and utilize has been very helpful. So thank y'all for the hard work you spent and time put into this.
Good, thank you. Next up, we have an update on
Hold on 1 second, Lance. Mr. Destin, go ahead.
Yeah, I just had one question, and thanks for this presentation. I take it this is for informational only. The council does not approve these policies?
That's right. This is administrative procedures, how we will implement these types of events in the future.
Thanks.
I did have one other thing. Will this also incorporate any complaints that come in from citizens, or is that going to be a separate policy? Like, is this internal and external, or is this purely internal?
So Mr. Warren can probably expand on this. What I can tell you is the portal that we have available on the website is available right now for people to use to report concerns, complaints, or items like that. And the process, and you've got it, and I won't bore you with the whole thing, but there is a process that's laid out where it automatically comes to the city manager's office, a specific representative in my office, who then will forward that to the appropriate department head, who will either handle it or, again, forward it to the appropriate division head, who will get back to the person making the comments.
Great, thank you.
You need for Lance for Webb to expound on that any? Are you good?
I'm good, but if
Okay.
you'd like to, just for the public's knowledge and information, feel free.
Yes, if anyone is welcome to go to our website and look at the city help desk, and you'll also see, I think it's, Matt, correct me if I'm wrong, it's ask a question, or on the left-hand side of the tab, left-hand side of the page. But also, I would like to remind everyone, we are going through a website redesign right now, and Catherine and Matt and the rest of the staff is working hard on that. So we will see a new facelift on that, and that city help desk will be a little bit refined, but it will continue to utilize the processes as outlined in this agenda item, but it will even continue to be better for our citizens and our customers to use.
All right, thank you. Appreciate that, Webb. Go ahead, Lance.
Item 4D is an update on the Compass system, otherwise known as the InterGov system that we've been putting in place that will help streamline many of our processes that are so cumbersome, as we've witnessed tonight. It will help with a lot of the problems that we've been hearing about tonight. And I can't wait for this thing to get up and running. But we have Matthew Pace here to give us an overview of where we're at and when we can expect this thing to go live.
Good evening, everyone. Just wanted to give you just as a brief update on Compass. As you all are aware, that testing is ongoing right now for the city. So hopefully we will finish that up between community development and code compliance. We'll be able to finish their testing hopefully by the end of this month. I'm confident in them and their abilities. And what is kind of pushing our system out for the go-live date is the fact that obviously we've had a tremendous amount of adversarial events happen in the last year. Pandemic, we've had ransomware attacks on the provider, Tyler Systems, which hindered their ability to do some work and continue. So they were up and running after a couple months. So that impacted business efforts, which has put some of our timeline behind as well. And we've had a plethora of issues just throughout the year. So we're not extending this, 6 months to a year. This is probably about a 60-day period of time that we'll probably be up and running in April with a new go-live date. I want you to be confident too that we're actually going to use this time to reach out to the public and have some testing with some of the community partners, business owners, so they can see the process, they can be a part of that, give us some feedback, and maybe help us refine the system a little bit more so that when we do go live in April, we'll have a much more comprehensive system instead of, relying on feedback during a live system. So it's one advantage to, this unfortunate setback, but the biggest thing that we're waiting on is the conversion of our legacy data. So those are the old programs that were being used by the permitting department, the code compliance department. That data has to be transferred into our InterGov system. And with the team, they're working on that. We've set a date for over the next 2 months. We have to do 2 full passes. It's thousands and thousands of records. I think even just the scan files alone was 442,000 records that were scanned in. So it's a lot of work, and I have to verify all of that information. So it's just a big task, and that's kind of why they've had to put it out, because of the time constraints that they've had during this process. So I just would like to, say that the staff is doing a tremendous job with all of the things that have happened in the city here, building shutdowns, people working from home. We've implemented, mobile teleworking for many of our city staff. So we're trying our best to continue that. And, like I said, I'm confident that we'll be able to hold up the client responsibilities, which is what the city is going to be providing to the system. And I think we'll have a spectacular product that's going to last the city for quite some time. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to take them.
Any questions for Matt? Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. Press on.
Thanks, sir. Item 4E is our livery update.
Mr. Mayor, before we get to that item, can we break now? Because this is the item that I think we're going to have a lot of discussion on, right?
I'm with you, bro.
I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is the discussion.
5-minute break. Mother Nature calls. We're going to pick back up under item 4, the livery update. And just so our council knows, Ray has been warned about the cookies, so we will have better cookies at 2 weeks from now. Right, Ray?
Publix.
Ray's cooking. All right. Lance, take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item 4E is an update on our livery, and I'm going to toss this over to Louis so he can introduce the 3 points that we're going to cover tonight.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. We have 3 items for you as an update. One is a demonstration of how the application process will unfold when our new upcoming software is up and running. And Matthew will lead that effort. And then the second item we will discuss is a safety video that we alluded to earlier in the discussion, and Joey will speak to that. And I will address the issue of, as a third item, the issue of boat storage as well as parking. Contrary to anything that has been shared this evening, there is no ordinance that's being asked of you at this point. It's direction, because we have need to make our ordinance clear to address some of the issues that the livery industry has raised with us. And so this will be an effort to ask for direction so that we can make the changes that need to be made in the ordinance. So I'll ask Matthew to take the first item, please.
Just wanted to go through a brief overview of the customer portal system that we have that is being part of Energov or Compass system. And this is something that I've been working on with the help of Community Development and Code and the Tyler folks to develop over the last year, since probably December, January of last year, or 2019, excuse me. And so this is basically our homepage. We have availability to apply for permits or plan applications. This will also be where you would do your applications that Code handles, short-term rental, livery. You can also do fee estimations, pay invoices. You can view a map of the city addresses with all of the land use and information for different parcels. And what I wanted to show you here was the permit process, just real quick, for livery vessel. And this is something that we've been working on with Code. You can do livery vessel registration. You would click apply. Once you set up your account, you can see my name is up in the top here. And this would store your information into the system for any permits and things that you have. And I'm just going to go back to my dashboard, pull up my draft. I already have one started, just so I can show you. Our system is integrated with the county GIS system, so we can actually pull in parcels and information. So I'm just going to do a search for 4200 Indian Bayou here. And I'm going to add that as a location. So you would add that once instead of filling it out on all of the application papers. It would just be one time. We also have a link here that will direct you, once we have this all active, to probably 3 forms that have to be signed by someone other than the applicant. So this would be the fire district, the maybe a notary, and the property owner, if there is one. We click next here. Property details. This would just at a pontoon rental on Destin Harbor. You would put that in as the applicant. You can put the applicant and owner information. It automatically will put you in as the applicant since you're under your account. I put the owner as myself as well. I'm going to go ahead and click next. I have 2 vessels that I'm going to register into the system, and I left one off just so I can show you how to add one. I would click add row. It's going to ask me what it is, pontoon or jet ski. The registration number, I would put that in. And then how many passengers would be on this boat. I click save, and now I have my 2 vessels in the system. This is also where I would do my backup chase vessels. They would be added into the system as well. We'll click next. There's required files that you'd have to upload in order to complete the code requirements. You can see them here. I've uploaded a bunch. We can upload a resale tax certificate, and we also need a sample of the renter's agreement. And now I've uploaded all of the documents that needed for this application. This is the affirmation or confirmation page with all of the information that you're agreeing to in that paper application that you have. And this is where you would sign. So I would do in my name. If you have the ability to have a touch screen, or you're doing this on your tablet or phone, you can sign with your finger, or if you need to, you can click this little button and type your name in here. And it will fill in a signature. You click next. This will let you kind of view all of your overview before. It tells you how much that your amount is going to be for this permit. It gives you a list of your livery if you wanted to print this page out for confirmation. And after everything looks good, you hit submit. It will upload any documents that need to be uploaded to the system, and we can continue to the permit. Now, this is just submitted online, so once we go through this workflow, you'll actually have a transparent process that tells you exactly where you are in the livery vessel workflow process, behind the scenes. So once your documents are received by the city and they're approved, you would see this where it says review submitted documents. If there are any actions that you have to take place to replace a certificate that might be outdated, or sales tax certificate that needs to be updated, this is where it would tell you to do that. You would upload it, and you would continue the process. All of the information that's being uploaded will go to the departments necessary right off the bat. So it's not having to be routed through any one specific person. We have a review coordinator roles in the system that have been set up ahead of time that will make sure that all the documents are there, and then it will go to a reviewer to make sure that they're verified and certified correct. And I'm going to show you quickly here. I have one active. Show you what it looks like in the background. This is when everything is completed. You'll see all the check marks here. If there's any fees that have to be paid, this is where you would actually pay them. You can add them to your cart, pay them all at one time. And then if you see this little printer icon up in the top right corner, this is where you could actually print your permit over and over again if you needed to. And here's a copy of the permit. All throughout the year, there's going to be a renewal process for this, so it's not a reapplication like we have now, which is a new application every year. The information stores in the system, so as you move forward year after year, if anything changes, new certificate of insurance or whatever it may be, can be uploaded right to the system, but it can be uploaded any time during the year. So that when you do the reapplication or the renewal, it will automatically have the current information into the system. So you don't have to try to gather all that stuff at one time. And of course, on the back end of this is a little more complicated. There's more steps in the workflow that are just pertaining to staff activities. But these workflow items that you see in green here that are checked off, those are the main issues that hit the workflow that need to be communicated to the public.
Matt, how's the parking plan going to be?
The parking plan right now, we have, since it's a separate, I guess there's a plan and agreement in the system. And I think if I go to one of my open ones.
And then Mr. Overdeer has a question too.
Yeah, you'll be able to print those out. We'll have a link where you can actually get, I think there's 3 altogether, 3 or 4 that have to be signed. Outside of EnerGov, we can't actually do the signature there. But once you have those, you would upload them and they would be reviewed by the planning department. Is that correct? Yeah.
So how are you gonna keep track of what spaces in which parking lot has already been accounted for?
There's an inspection process that goes with the workflow. So when they do that, I guess Joey's crew will go out there and count and go through the spaces, make sure they're verified in size and all of that. So that's the workflow on the backside. What you would see on the customer side is basically that the inspection has been scheduled and when it's been completed. And then if there's any issues, there's going to be a review process. And the review allows us to actually mark right on the parking plan where the issues are. So when it gets sent back to the applicant, they'll be able to open it up and see exactly where in the parking lot there's an issue, or where there's a problem with the restroom, or where there's a problem with anything that's on a plan.
So how is Joey, when there's a property that has 100 parking places, how is Joey going to know that one business has already claimed 10 of them, another business has already claimed 20 of them, so that's 30 that's gone? How is he going to know that?
As part of the review process, that's why we're talking about good site plans, so we can be able to track that. The planning office will let the code department know whether the parking that's been allocated here is sufficient, and then the rest of the property still has adequate parking.
So there's still going to be plenty of room for human error with that portion of it, sounds like to me.
As far as the quality control, will always be a human factor involved. What this system does is, at least we'll be able to review that system, everyone at the same time, instead of what we currently have right now, where files are passed from one office to another. Sometimes it takes 5 days in between.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Braden, one of the other things that EnerGov will do is ties everything to a parcel number, regardless of who the business owner is. So if there is a parcel that is there, we can actually see on the back end everything that's associated with that parcel. So if you had another business there that has a business plan and they overlap and they don't match up, they'll be able to see that a lot easier. So less room for error there, because everything is in front of you and presented at one screen, instead of having to go through files and look for that information in a file cabinet somewhere.
Okay.
What happens if, let's say, Mrs. Smith submits her application first and is tied to 10 spaces at parcel A? And then a week, a month, whatever later, Mr. Jones submits his and it's the same parcel. And so suddenly you go in and you see that parcel A is already tied to Ms. Smith, but you've already issued her permit. Are you going to go back and rescind hers until the situation is remedied, or in whomever, how will that work?
At the time of application, that information will be revealed in the review process. So there won't be anything issued. It will be an inquiry made to the applicant saying the properties, or the parcels, the parking areas that you're talking about are already allocated. So we need to correct that.
Mr. Overdeer has a question. All right.
Okay, Matt.
Go ahead.
Matt, so what you described is year one, right? Okay, so now year two, nothing changes. Everything is, all my parking's the same, all my boats are the same, everything's the same. Do I just hit a button that says everything's the same and I'm done?
The way the system is built, you will have the adoption, you'll get an email or message saying that you need to renew. You can actually go in there, review the information. If everything is correct, you can resubmit everything just as it is. If the list of vessels is exactly the same, FL numbers are the same, they can just submit right from there. So most permits that have a renewal process will allow you to keep information year-round. So if you think of it as a circle, anywhere on that circle in the timeline, you can upload that information. So even if you know something's going to be incomplete halfway through the year or at the end of the season, you can go into your account and upload it. So when your renewal comes up, you can just hit send, and it will start the renewal process.
Okay, and so then, example two, let's say that over the course of the year, I had 10 boats, but I got rid of 3 boats, I retired them or whatever, and now I've got 3 new boats. Is the only information I'm going to have to re-input is just those 3 new boats? All the rest of the information stays the same, it's all still good, right?
In the system, if everything stays the same except for the number, that would be the only thing that you would change in your renewal process. Because the other stuff is standard information, such as tax certificate or certificate of insurance.
Got it. Ms. Aber.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is set up for the livery vessels for their permitting purposes. What other businesses in Destin are you tasking with their permitting, or is it still just a check? Or do they have formats and forms and requirements?
There are, yeah, every permit in the city of Destin, every plan application has a process in the EnerGov system. So the process follows that same protocol. You can see the 7 steps or 6 steps, depends on the process. But every business, if you have a license, business tax receipt, you would go through that same type of setup where you'd enter in all of your information and then the renewal at every year like that. If it's a permit for new construction, we've got things set up in here. You'll just see the top few here, but I can go through a list here for you real quick. And we've been building. So there's 124 different permits in the city right now. There's 55 different licenses. Plans, there's 57 plan applications that are available on the system, and that is what staff has been working on for the last year. But every single one of these has its own workflow and process that's going to be handled in the back end, but transparent to customers on the front side on their portal.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions? Go ahead.
The second item is the safety video. Joe, you want to set that up?
Yeah, absolutely. Just as I said, this was put on just by the request to try and get the conversation started and get a ground game for them and get moving forward.
Crab Island is surrounded by an idle speed zone. It's going to be a large silver square sign, and it's going to have an orange circle in it, surrounded by a square orange border. Once you come into an idle speed zone sign, or idle speed zone, it's going to say idle speed, no wait. Once you're in that zone, you're going to be required to be settled in the water, off plane, and traveling at the slowest speed possible to maintain steerage. Once you get to the end of that idle speed zones, you're going to see another sign, another square sign, silver in color with an orange circle and an orange square, and it's going to say resume normal operation. A lot of these people are excited to get out here, and they want to take their family out here and experience a good time. And maybe when they're learning the area, they're not really paying attention to the education that's being provided to them about these idle speed zones. Hey guys, all idle speed in here. Yeah, all idle speed. Right there is idle speed. Okay. Once you pick up, you're not at idle anymore. It's a $90 fine, so make sure you're at idle. Okay. When in doubt, if you don't know, look at everybody else, and you'll get an idea, okay? All the way out to that orange sign out there, when you get on the other side of that, you're good to go. Inside of here is all idle, all right? Boating under the influence is a major issue that we deal with here. Okaloosa County is second in the state of Florida for boating under the influence arrest. We're only second to Miami, who was #1, and we're a seasonal location. But again, in and around Crab Island is an extremely congested area of rentals, pontoons, rental PWCs. These people, they get out here, they're not from the area, they're unfamiliar with the zones, and they want to have a good time. And alcohol gets commingled in there as well. And again, Okaloosa County is #2 in the state of Florida for boating under the influence arrest. We're seasonal. We only out here operating, really in warm weather a few months a year. We're out here to remind those people and do the best we can to enforce the law and educate as well. It's extremely strong, and people will get caught up in that and they don't realize, and the current gets so strong you can't swim against it. And ultimately, we have multiple people every year that perish in this current. This is why it's important to make sure you know where you're at. If you're out here in the shallow water, make sure you have, the deep water, make sure you have a life jacket. Make sure you have one accessible. But more importantly, make sure you know where you're getting off the boat. Make sure you know it's shallow where you're getting off. Check your chart plotter. Check your fish finder is what people call them. See how deep the water is. And, if you're not unsure, look at the other vessels that are parked around you. Get an idea before you jump out into the water, especially in a strong current. Yep, life jackets are extremely important. You need to make sure you have a life jacket for everybody on board. As you can see right here, this is the type of life jacket that you cannot wear when you're skiing or when you're riding a personal watercraft, a wave runner. When you are driving your vessel and you're the captain of the vessel, you're responsible for everybody on that, all your passengers that are on your boat. I can't say enough that I like to say have your head on a swivel. Because you may be looking out for your family and all the passengers on your vessel, but the other vessel may not be. Florida law requires anybody born after January 1st, 1988 to attend a boater safety education course. If you're going to be operating a vessel, you're required to have that vessel license. One last thing I'd like to close with is, although there may not be a posted idle speed zone or minimum slow speed zone, there's nothing wrong as a captain of a vessel just being courteous. Think about when you get people trying to load their boats on the trailer at the boat ramp, or they're pulling up to their dock. We're coming in right now to the Brooks Bridge minimum speed wake zone, and we have vessels right here on the shore. Nothing wrong with putting down a little earlier, chopping your throttles, settling in the water. That way we're not throwing out a wake to these people right here on the beach that are trying to visit the Gulf. And then as you can see, you're just prior to the slow speed zone, and then once you get inside the zone right here where the signs are posted, just maintain that speed. And once you get out of the zone, you come to the resume normal safe operation signs and you can take off.
That's it for the video.
That's terrific.
Mr. Smith?
Yeah, it was a very nice video. Thank you for putting that together. What's the intent, the purpose of the video going forward? Is it a requirement in some regards, or is it just informational that we're offering for them to use?
It's an offering because they said that they needed something for the local area. So, one of the ones that stood up here today even brought it to me, so I thought it'd be nice to try and put something together for them to spearhead their mind around and put it together. Customer service.
Yeah. Do you know if, I don't know what the requirements are for the rental education. Maybe one of them that are here might be able to tell us. But would this meet the requirements during when somebody comes up to rent a boat, if they just showed this? Are you aware of that, how that works?
I don't want to elaborate on that.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. I realize this 3 minutes is, very informative. It's a great video. But if there was any way that day they could have had them be a piece of it, so that he's saying, okay, this is how you load the boat, this is how it works, and then when you get to the speed or idle speed, trying to combine it, so that you get 3 minutes of their education and the safety education for the Crab Island and the Crazies. Is there any way to redo it? Would they do that, or?
I can't speak for the sheriff's office, but we can have our PIO reach out to them and move forward from there.
Mr. King?
Thank you. Yeah, I think this is what I think what he's saying is this is a start. We asked for a more informative video to get us going. Clearly, it doesn't show you how to put the boat in gear or reverse or put your throttle down before you crank your motor up. But I think that would be, and to be aware of your surroundings. I don't think they touched on that hardly at all. It's and you got a 60-foot charter boat coming up behind you, and you need to pay attention to that. But I think it's a good start.
This is within the purview of my personal experience, so I think the video covered a lot of things that even the FWC video doesn't require, that they have required by law they have to show their customers. So we'll let Captain weigh in here, and then we'll move on.
I can speak for the sheriff's office. We'll do whatever we can to help make it safer. So if you need us to help put another video together, we will.
Thank you. What we'll do is we can hear back from you guys. If you think that's a product that you'd like to share with your customers on top of your required training video that the FWC requires per Florida statute. Or if you don't like it at all, I guess you can make one of your own. But I think everybody recognizes yourselves, our professional charter fleet, any boaters in our community recognize that we can improve on the training that our livery vessel customers get prior to cranking it up and dropping the motor down and taking off with you guys standing on the dock with your fingers crossed that'll come back in one piece. So that's something, I don't know if this is part of the discussion portion of it. We took a look at this. I don't think we're going to demand it be part of your briefing or not, but now you got something to look at and you can take it. Mike, would you like to say a word on that particular video? Dr. Ramswell, you'll be next.
Yeah, Mike Abity. Yeah, I'm not saying there was anything wrong with the video. I think it made some good points. I think it's a good addition. You realize we have to show a video that's made by Florida Wildlife and Fisheries. They require, we sent y'all an email, although John Stevens sent y'all an email with a list of 18 items that the Florida Marine Patrol requires that we educate our customers. So that has to be in a video. Then we know there's some local issues that were never covered as far as no-wake zones and the harbors being an entire no-wake zone, and we don't recommend they take our pontoon boats out into the Gulf and things of that nature. That should be addressed and should be covered. The issue we run across that was stated earlier was that the concentration span of these customers is limited, and if you try to give them something more than 5 or 6 minutes, guys, you're losing them. So if you're trying to get across 18 points of law and try to teach them that before they go out, once they see 5, 6, 7, 8 of them, you lost their interest, so they're not getting the last parts of the law. So you're not doing your job. You're not teaching them the safety. I'm thinking maybe 5, 6 minutes.
Okay.
But if we could condense them into one, you're going to have trouble showing them 2 or 3 different videos. We have ideas, Marine Patrol has ideas, Sheriff has ideas. They're all good ideas. If they could be condensed into one video, that last 5 or 6 minutes, that would be fabulous. Short of that, certainly if we could incorporate that video some kind of way online, on our websites where people could see it on our website, that way they could see it beforehand.
That'd probably be
which would be a big help also.
Yeah, that'd probably be the
Mike,
most efficient way.
Before he goes, can you clarify, is it a required video when you rent a pontoon boat, or is it just the information? Because I've rented a few times. I personally have never seen a video, but have been educated orally. So I just want to clarify if you could help.
Some companies show the video. It's provided by the state.
So the video is not a requirement?
The state provides us a video.
Okay.
Some of us show that video. Some of us, you can verbally, right now, you can verbally give that information out to people. Sometimes that works better because you look at them in the eye and you can tell whether you're losing them or not. And a lot of us, if you're losing them halfway through, we're not going to rent to those people. We don't want people going out, damaging our boats, destroying our boats. Okay? If I could ask one question of this gentleman. The applications we submitted this year, are they going to be downloaded into our application next year so we don't have to fill out that again?
We're going to do our best to get everything into the system that you've submitted this year into our Energov or Compass system. So we'll be putting that information in.
All right. Well, there's food for thought then on these videos. It may, especially if we're going to look at requirements of additional training, let's keep in mind that maybe it might be something that they can send to their customers pre-rental, if that's the road that we go down. I'd like more input from the industry on that.
May I suggest that perhaps they choose a representative to work with Joey's office and finalize that video?
That would be perfect. Yeah, that'd be perfect. Charles, while we're on this, I know it's not public comment, but do you have something you'd like to add on that specific topic? Yes, sir. State your name for the public record.
Charles Duplantis, 3810 Indian Trail. We've been in business for about 30 years. We've been showing a video for over 20. The reason we started off with the video is not so much the customer. Every time a customer would go out, the Marine Patrol would come back and chew our ass out, excuse my French, saying we wasn't telling people anything. So we formed the video, and we didn't tell nobody about it, and we started making them watch it. And one day the customer, Marine Patrol came to me, he said, you ain't telling the people what to do, we're gonna give you a ticket. I said, well, come over here and watch this. He came over there, he watched the video, he says, never mind, turned around and walked away. Because he seen we were telling them everything we were supposed to tell them. We do 2 orals, a video, and then once we put them on the jet ski, we go over the whole entire jet ski with them. And we do the same thing with the pontoon boat. And we have more equipment than anybody in town. All right? We do the same thing with a pontoon boat. We go over the entire pontoon boat with them, we go over a video with them, and then we get on it, show them where everything is at on the boat, and then show them how to drive it. We have never had a fatality, thank God, and we have very small accidents.
So do you think that what is required by law is adequate? You don't think any additional
I'll be more than happy to
local
give my
knowledge video or anything like that would help enhance?
The more you get, the better it always is, the more knowledge. And I'll be happy to give all of them a video, you know, so they can go and do it, or just call me up. They all got my number.
Thank you, Charles. I appreciate your comments. Go ahead and, we got it. All right. Ms. Ramswell, I have you up.
Thanks. I was just going to suggest, I know when you stay in hotels and you turn on the TV, if you don't do anything right away, it always puts on that, like, here's what's and the local information, and here's what you can do in the hotel. And maybe that's another way that we could put that video out there, is get all the local hotels to put it on that info channel. So as soon as it comes on, because sometimes you turn it on and it's just playing over and over in the background while you're doing something else in your room before you even change the channel or figure out how to change the channel, as the case may be. So just an idea on another way we could potentially utilize a video of that sort to start just sort of getting that information in, even if it's subliminal, but just another method.
Thank you. Go ahead, Louis.
And the last 2 items to do with storage and also parking. We're going to be seeking direction from you. But before I turn it over to my staff, if I would ask the chair of the Harbor CRA, who's here this evening, to share their thoughts on that board.
Good evening. Mike Buckingham, 510 Calhoun. This has been tough. I've gone through this, I've been on this committee now, I think, going on 13 years. Gone through a couple different sets of council members. And please keep in mind that this council appoints us for a reason. And the reason is to try to help you guys come up with thoughts, ideas to implement, make things better in the harbor, because we are the Harbor CRA, not Main Street. We work and concentrate in just the harbor. So for many, many years, our goal is to do nothing but clean the harbor up, make the harbor look nicer. How can we make the harbor a nice place to be? And this has been going on for quite a few years now with the pontoon businesses regarding the parking in the parking lots, and the last few years have gotten a little carried away. It's gotten worse and worse every year on the amount of boats that are being pulled out and cleaned in the parking lot. Now, please keep in mind that the council is the one to ask us to come back with thoughts and recommendations how to make this better. So for years, we've had, since 2017, 2019, and now one more time again, here we are in 2020, 21. Our committee voted unanimously, straight across the board, to please bring to council the recommendations on the parking and the bottom cleaning of their boats in what's yet to come to you all. Now, it's not this staff's fault. They're fairly new. The previous staff just didn't want to bring it to y'all. For what reason, I don't know, but they didn't want to bring it. So my committee, or our committee, asked me if I would be willing to come tonight and explain to you why we're recommending what we're doing. We have spent hours, and when I mean hours, just like you guys do, sitting in the other house. There's been times we've sat right here and discussing how to make this better. And of course, a lot of things is, all we keep here is you're targeting us, you're targeting us, you're targeting. No, we're not targeting you all. Come to us and give us a suggestion what is going to make it better. Come to us and help us understand what you're willing to do to help it and make it a nicer harbor. We can't get that. So hours and hours and hours and hours of conversation. We have continued to beat the old dead horse, trying to bring in the ideas, the suggestions, to clean the harbor up, and we keep going back to the same thing, the parking and the boat cleaning. So there was a comment made this evening that they haven't heard anybody complain. Well, most of the time, people that don't like it don't want to keep saying something because they're the ones that's got to put up with the consequences. But there's a lot of business owners, a lot of property owners, a lot of residential owners in the condos that live in that area that are tired of looking at this in the winter months. Hey, we get it in the summer months when we're busy, but this is no more 100-day of summer. We're not 100-day anymore. We're getting to the point where year-round. People come here year-round, and they're tired of their front yards looking like they're looking. Please keep in mind that we're not against these guys. But come to us and give us some suggestions, some ideas. We're not getting it. I spoke with a couple boat captains. You know, I'm real big in trying to protect the charter business. I mean, I'm real big in the boat captains. I want to support them in any way I can. And a couple of them brought to my attention, which I really didn't think too much about, but it was brought up back in 17 and 19, was, look, don't hold me to the date or the year, but I think in either you, Mayor, or Dewey, you might be able to help me out. Rodney, you're pretty old. You've been around long enough. And I'm not being smart, but I think it was back in 1991, 92, 93, when the fishermen all got together and they kept putting money in a bucket. All the boat captains put all this money in this bucket, and they're trying to save enough money to buy their own place. All of them got together and kept putting money in a bucket to help better them. What did they do? They bought the fishing fleet. Correct me if I'm wrong. Somewhere in that time frame, am I right? Okay. So then they said, well, we need a place to haul our boats out in the winter because we can't pull our boats out on the parking lot. We can't scrape the bottom paint and the barnacles and the brass and the aluminum that comes off with it. Don't hear a comment that just barnacles come off and they stay in the water. Guys, that's my water too. You know, we're trying to make this quality, get it cleaner, get it better. And so they said, look, we kept putting money in our bucket. And it was hard because those guys worked hard back in the day, just like these guys do, to try to rent their boats. I'm not saying they don't work hard, they do. But they kept putting money in the bucket. Then they went to Freeport somewhere in the mid-2000s, I think 2004, maybe 2005. And they purchased a piece of property as a group, as a co-op, in order so all of them could take their boats up there in the winter and repair them and fix them to keep it out of the harbor area. Why can't we do the same thing here? We're not targeting these guys. We're asking them for some suggestions, thoughts, and ideas to help it, and all we're getting is pushback. You keep coming after me. You keep beating me up. I'm not beating you up. I'm asking you for help. So our committee is still stuck with this. Please, we're asking you guys, you guys appointed us to give you thoughts, recommendations to make it better. Our goal is to clean the harbor up and make it a better place, because that's the heart of Destin. So the best way to do it is, look, they get a license for 365 days to run their businesses. Correct me if I'm wrong. A business receipts are for 365, or do y'all give them for 6 months? 365. So whether they choose to close their doors for a couple months, that's up to them. But it's still, they have to have parking for that business. No different than we do. We have to have our parking, even though we're not busy, or we don't close, we close for dinner. Just because we close for dinner, we're only open for lunch, we still have to have the parking. So we said, please, if they want to put their boats in their parking spot, put them on trailers with legal tags on them, DOT-approved trailers. That way they can be moved if they need to move, if they need the parking, number one. Number two, please do not allow them to continue to clean their bottoms of their boats in a parking lot that is not DEP approved or state approved or county approved. The fishing fleet had to do that. They had to go buy a piece of property and get it approved to be able to do this. The amount of material that there's, I think, don't hold me to it, but I think there's 115 charter boats right now, active charter boats that are licensed. All those boats come out of the water, nothing sits in our Class 1 waterway. That's a Class 1 waterway here in the harbor. Not a Class 2, not a Class 3, it's Class 1. We're trying to clean it. So our recommendation to this to this board, and we hope that you guys, take in consideration, because we've worked very hard on this for many years, many hours, to come up with ways of fixing it. And our committee is asking y'all to please think very hard about, they want to put them in the parking lot, that's fine, put them on a trailer. And also, please do not allow them to scrape the bottoms that have the aluminum and the brass and all the things that go with it, not just barnacles, that every time it rains, guess where it goes, guys? Y'all have 4, I repeat, you have 4 major stormwater catch basins prior to it going into our Class 1 waters. I helped install them. Everything that comes off of this harbor, private property that doesn't get retained within the first 1 inch of water that is required for each property owner to maintain, you got to maintain the first 1 inch. After that, everything goes to the DOT curbs. Rolls out onto the highway at the curb, it shows down, it runs down to an inlet. And all these inlets all the way down go to the 4 catch basins that I'm telling you about. When it gets to that point, it goes straight into the harbor. So we're just asking y'all, if you want us to give you thoughts, recommendations, we've worked really hard on it. We're just asking y'all to at least take those 2 and implement them. All the other issues they have, that's out of my shoes. That's a totally different issue, a different area, but this is what we're recommending to y'all tonight.
Mr. Schmidt.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Mike. Has the new board met since we've appointed our members?
Yes, we just met last week. That's why this was all brought up again. Why hasn't this information that we have been asking to get to this council has not been there? Well, we found out a lot of it was the COVID, and I get it. They're busy. They're trying to get we get that. So that's when my board brought up, well, we would like someone from the committee to go in front of council tonight and please ask them to at least implement these 2 things to get this harbor cleaned up.
So the only other thing I might throw out there is that we've talked a lot about the upcoming harbor study that we're about to do. And a lot of discussion that we've been having up here in the past 2 months has been predicated about, let's wait till the harbor study. I'm sure there's some great people on the board that you sit with, but these impact items that you're talking about, I would assume would be discussed during a harbor review study that we talked about, the economic impact, the environmental impacts, and the surrounding area. So why would we not wait for something that's major, that's going to impact people that are 10, 20, 30, 40 years in business until we have this harbor review study done? Let the professional engineers and all these companies come back. And I'm no offense, I'm not really asking you that question.
Yeah.
I'm stating it more to the other council that I know you've been talking about it for 3 or 4 years at y'all's board, and you have some fishing captains on there, you have business owners on there, but we're about to do a harbor study. Why don't we wait until that study comes back and tells us how good or bad of these issues might be?
Mr. Schmidt, I think this is more of a land use issue under the community development program, and it's not related to harbor capacity study,
Correct.
even though the vessels come out of the harbor. They're two separate.
Well, he specifically talked about
Well, no,
the environmental impact due to them, and you specifically talked about the way it looks.
Right.
We want to clean up the harbor. So and I think the harbor review study is going to discuss those things as well as other things. unless I'm
I'm
mistaken.
just bringing the only thing, I'm bringing the land issues up front first, but I'm smart enough to give you all, and I know you guys are smart enough to understand, I'm just telling you that the immaterial that was brought up tonight is just barnacles going in your water is not true. And we're all smart enough to understand that we're trying not to pollute our waters anymore. That is a Class 1 waterway. So you can't be dumping, I don't know how many pontoon boats we have in the harbor right now, but I'm sure it's close to 300-400 pontoon boats, I would think. I don't know. I don't know. How many? 200. Okay, well, that's more than the fishing, or the charter boats that are taking their boats out of the harbor, so we don't have it. We're asking you something totally different than the harbor study, and I get that, because I'm on that committee also.
Louis, could you please, some of the things that we're talking about, that I'm specifically bringing up, is that not going to be discussed in the harbor review study?
Yeah, certainly the aesthetics of the harbor and the environmental issues of the harbor will be discussed in the study, yes.
As well as the businesses on the harbor, how that all impacts people around them and things like that?
Sure.
Ms. Saber.
It's going to include, but it's going to include boat parking in the automobile parking lots?
No, the aesthetics of the harbor, yes. There'll be questions on how people feel about the look of the study, of the harbor.
My question is, you're talking about, boat storage. If they own the lot in the front, and that's their lot, and they've been owning it for years, and it was theirs to do with as they wish, and now we want to change it because it's unsightly, or because the perception is that they're not putting the right tarping down to catch whatever is being scraped off of them. I feel like we may not get the real story here. If it's an unsightly thing, make a recommendation that they put some sort of fencing up while they're working on their property, and basically fencing it so that when they put it on blocks, because if it's on a trailer, they can't maintenance the bottom. If it's on blocks, nobody can get back there because there's a fencing. Sort of giving them, as owners, options, huh?
That's
Well, I
not gonna be pretty. That's been brought up in our committee also. It has. But, just please, Ms. Teresa, understand that, like I said, you all are the ones that appointed us to come back with thoughts and suggestions, and that's what we're doing. If it's only, there's a lot of these companies out here that are great people, and this isn't affecting a lot of these pontoon companies. It's only a couple of them that it's affecting. And this has all started real heavily in the last couple of years. They can say they've been in the business 30 years, they've been doing this 30 years, but they haven't. They haven't been pulling their boats out there for 30 years doing this. It's just getting worse and worse and worse. And if we don't get it under control, it's going to get worse. And I don't mean just their business. It might be a restaurant business, or you keep kicking that can down the road, it's not going to get any better. I go back to the fishing industry here. The charter boat industry was smart enough to continue putting money in the can to purchase something to make it better. Instead of being threatened or by an attorney or dog cussed or whatever you want to call it that we are getting, I'm getting torn up so bad it's ungodly. These guys are dog cussing me, and I'm just an appointee. Why not, instead of them complaining all the time, we ask for suggestions. Why don't you guys put some money in a bucket? Just a thought. I'm not telling you to do it, but just a thought. And why don't you guys go up and buy a piece of property? Look, I take my hat off to Sherry and Little John. They bought a piece of property to be able to park their boats and do things on. Charles, I think you got a piece. I think you got a piece. You've done it.
Hey, address us.
I'm sorry.
Mike, okay?
I'm sorry.
I don't want to get into
So all I'm saying, Teresa, is the property was bought and was licensed and have a business license on for a certain thing, and to be able to do something different on it, and the eyesore, I just, then again, it's just a committee. So
But
this
I
is
don't-
our recommendation to you all to make the harbor a
But you're
better
saying
place.
that they bought the property. If they bought the property and the parking was part of the property and they own the property, if we feel like the unsightly green fencing, if we can give them more of a aesthetically pleasing wooden fence so that it goes up for those few months so that it's appropriate. I mean, to tell them, pack up and find somewhere in Freeport or buy a $500,000 piece of property and do your maintenance. I feel like we're putting them, you're giving them an ultimatum, and it's like, now, do it now. Well, they haven't
No,
had time to
ma'am,
think
no,
about
ma'am.
this.
This has
and-
been going on for years. They've known it, number one. Number two is no different than some of these other business owners that's had to come down and buy more property across the street to put more parking because they need it. They purchased it, they bought it. It's just the more you allow it, the more it's just gonna get worse. So it's just our recommendation. We're asking you all to please implement this and put this in an ordinance to help clean the harbor up, number one. Number two, clean the water up. The study's gonna come back, Kevin. We're pretty smart guys. The
Hey.
study's gonna come back and show it's there.
We're council members.
Don't go anywhere yet. I still got two people queued
Okay.
up here. All right, Johnny, you're next.
Thanks. Yeah, my first thing is and correct me if I'm wrong, but the study that we're doing and starting in March is a capacity study mainly, am I right? That's not a
No, this
water
is a land
cleanliness
use
study.
issue, what we're talking about
Yeah,
here.
so, I had a good friend of mine tell me, you're not gonna make everybody happy, when you get up here, and this is the issue that I'm starting to see that in. I like a lot of y'all. I respect y'all, I respect your businesses. I've rented boats from your business. But I want to see Destin become more beautiful. I think we all can agree on that. And I hate seeing the pontoon boats in the parking lots. And it pains me to say that because I like you guys a lot. But it really, if it is a lot of things have changed in 30 years. You can say we've been parking our boats here for 30 years, but there's a lot of things that have happened in the last 30 years that prohibit me from doing my business the way I do business, or whoever else. So things change, and I think that's just something. I don't know. You gotta accept that. I don't mean to sound ugly, but if the working on, there are industrial pieces of property where where this stuff is supposed to take place. That's why the co-op bought the property in Freeport. And I'm not suggesting that you guys go buy a piece of property on Mountain Drive or wherever, but if it's unsafe for the harbor, it's a detriment to, if it's in any way a detriment to our harbor, I think that something needs to be done about it. So.
Thank you, Johnny. Ms. Ramswell, Dr. Ramswell, and then Rodney, I got you after that.
Thanks.
And let's, if we can, because we're going to probably have further discussion while we have the chairman of our thing, let's focus on asking him questions, and then we'll save our comments when we have our discussion amongst the board members, if we can. So he's not just standing up there taking all the heat.
So my question is, you've talked about some of the concerns that the board had. One of them being the environmental impact and the fact that they're cleaning the boats up in parking lots. What recommendations did you have on other places for them to clean? Where would you like to see them? What are your suggestions?
Well, we don't have a bit of problem if they would make it where it was a better look, like Ms. Teresa said, something to make it look nicer, so when our tourists come downtown, they just don't see a workshop area everywhere. And if they can get their property, just like Galati's had to do, Galati's had to get a DEP approved stormwater process system in order to do his boats there. He can't do his boats there without this state certified stormwater system. And if these guys can do that, then there's no reason why they can't do it. But they gotta be legit and do it just like everybody else has to. Galati's couldn't do it. They had to do that. Just to clean the bottom of the boats, they had to do that.
So it's the fact that they're cleaning it without a tarp underneath or it being hidden from view are the two main concerns. Right, I'm just confirming with you, that's the two main issues with the cleaning.
One more time?
That it's not being, that it be, that the harmful materials are not getting to the earth, so that there's something there, a barrier of some sort or some sort of
Well,
filtration, and it's hidden from view. Those are the two.
If you're asking me my professional opinion as being a site utility contractor, I don't think a tarp is good enough because you're using gallons and gallons and gallons of water. When you're pressure washing, you're scraping it and you're putting it on a tarp. Well, guess what? When you go to pick the tarp up, just to try to collect the barnacles, the paint, the metals, and this and that that's going in, all the water's going out. Well, when the water goes out, it takes it with it. So, then again, I don't mean to be the hard ass up here, but if we're gonna do it, and others have had to do it, such as Galati's, then if they wanna do it, it's fine, do it, but just go by the book.
So to staff, what is the requirement, and I know Ms. Kopp is online, what is the requirement for any vessel? Let's not talk about pontoons, let's talk about jet skis or, anything else of that nature. Can they pull them up and do it in the parking lot, or does it have to go elsewhere? What could we do to make sure it's all equal across the board? And is that already written?
That's the part that we were going to share with you this evening, or what code changes will be required to do that.
Okay, great.
And Mr. Braden.
Thanks. Does anybody in the room know why the Galatis, the charter boats, have to be pulled out and they have to maintain or filter the bottom paint and all that, and these guys are allowed to pull 100 pontoon boats up on the same ground and do the same thing, but don't have to abide by the same laws? Sure.
Because they've been doing it. I have yet to see the state out here and take a look at what they're doing.
Well, let me tell you something. I own 7 boats, and my son owns 3 boats.
Microphone.
Hold on, Charles. Hold on, Charles. I'll give you the floor in just a second. Let's finish up with Mike, and I'll let you answer that particular question. All right?
Could
Okay.
it be a clean marina distinction? Like if they're certified as a clean marina?
That's a
one of the
question,
protocols?
That's a question, Mr. Braden, I think we'll have our staff look into and get back to us on that one. I'm sure there's Florida's Department of Environmental Protection probably has some guidelines for marina and upland operations. I do know that in the past, sanding on a boat over the water is no longer allowable or permissible, and the Coast Guard is the main enforcement responsibility. That's changed over the last few years. Before, guys would stay in their slips and sand their boats, and that's all coming to an end. The Coast Guard has been writing tickets and issuing warnings to that effect. So, go ahead, Mr. Destin.
I didn't know if this thing is working, Mayor. I think it has bad batteries.
Just make eye contact.
Okay, number of questions. I know Little John has a lot on the mountain, and it has fencing on it with the opaque so you can't see in. Is that a possibility for the guys that are up on 98? That would address the we don't like the way it looks. The other question is, and staff I hope can get the answer for us, is there a permit that you have to have, which I guess Galati has, that allows you to clean and work on boats? If there is, then we need to find out what it is you have to do to get that one. And can these guys, either together or as individuals, be able to meet that standard? If they can, then they can do it. If they can't, then that's a problem.
And I'll give Johnny King another shot at that, and then I got a comment. I'm just not going to put my name up there, but I'll go after you, Johnny. Go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor. I just had a thought, and my wife runs a business that, part of my wife's business is at Crab Isle, where she sells popsicles, and me being the loving spouse that I am, I did some work on the bottom of her boat whenever we got done, and it's still covered in barnacles. I didn't have a pressure washer, so anyways, it's in my yard with barnacles all over it. It's great. No, she's watching too, so she's sorry, I love you. So my question, if you pull, so the divers who get up underneath the charter boat, they get, and Mary, you can tell me, you know more about this than anybody. They're out there once a month, or every other month, whatever, and they're getting kind of residual. I mean, they're moving every day. These guys are moving every day. But if you pull your boat out once a year, I mean, you really got to get on it to get that stuff off of there. And so, I mean, a pressure washer could eat through this iPad right here. The stuff that comes off with a pressure washer is impressive. So, just a thought and a concern that I would have, grinding up, 100 boats in one place. I think there is something to it the more I think about it. So.
Appreciate that. My only comments to this is, and we're fixing to have another visioning session on the 25th. And I think what gets a little bit lost in the discussion of whether you can or cannot do it, or you need permits or you don't need permits. I know the guys in the industry, the landowners. But one of the things that this council and the council before us did prior to me even being mayor was they made an attempt. First, they started with approving and instituting a new comp plan on what's going to happen in the Harbor CRA, really Destin as a whole, to improve the quality of development, future development, and or redevelopment as we move forward. There's communities all over the country that have changed what they did in the past to improve where they are in the present and into the future. Some of this stuff, like not having boats on Highway 98, are going to be brought before this council, like signage, no more neon lights, beautification through planting of trees in our medians, all part of a development to make Destin a better place to live, play, and work. And so, that is my vision. It's called, there's a movement out there called the Beautification of America, and that's what the focus is. And there's community examples all over. You can see what they've done in Pensacola. You can see what they've done in Orlando. When you drive in Orlando, everybody's got a sign, but it's a brick sign. It's no more than 5 feet high. It's encased in shrubbery, and no matter where you're driving through that place, whether you're on resort or off, it all looks the same, and you can find where you're going. But it looks good. And I think that's what some of what you guys are getting to. We're fixing to spend tens of millions of dollars to underground our utilities. Why? To make Destin look pretty, to make it look better. We're fixing to spend $1.3 million in the new median enhancements. We just six-lane the highway. We're doing a lot of stuff to change things. Even if you really think about the harbor being the goose that laid the golden egg, and the fact that this harbor is like none other in the entire state of Florida, I think we're really cutting ourselves short. Having a commercial district on Mountain Drive in 1974 was cool. It was even good in 1985, but is that what we want to have in 2025 or 2030? If we want the Harbor CRA to be all that it can be. Now, you're talking about major money to bulldoze some of those buildings and change where we do, where a true commercial district could be in our community. We'd have to probably annex some property to make that happen. But that's a train of thought here. And I think that's when Mr. Buckingham's talking about cleaning up the harbor, I'm thinking about the Beautification of America cleaning up the harbor. That's what crosses my mind. It's not an issue of this property owner or that one or this industry or this industry. I'm talking about across the board improvements to the entire place. And it's a shame that sometimes we have to wait for a hurricane to come here and wipe our butts off the map virtually, and then we redevelop the harbor and everything looks nice and shiny for a number of years or a decade. And I really think that this committee and hopefully our visioning session that we'd make a commitment to follow through with the previous council and this President's Council. Most of these people, I think, are on the same wavelength that we want to do better than what we got. And I think that every business in the community, whether you're in a livery vessel, a restaurant, charter fishing industry, when those things take place, it's going to improve everything for everyone. You know, I think they're doing pretty good at Skunk Gully down there, Rosemary Beach and 30A. Those restaurants are doing 4 times what our restaurants are doing at the harbor, and they don't even have any water per se. So that's my thoughts on this whole discussion. Mike, I'm going to get you off the hot seat because we have another opportunity for the public to weigh in. Mr. Destin, do you have anything to add?
I do, Mayor. With all due respect, we're still not giving any direction to the staff other than we're going to wait till after the vision session. I'd like to take a couple of positive steps that might be a little more. We'll make a motion asking them to meet with representatives of the pontoon rental business to bring a report back to us, hopefully before the visioning. I don't know when your next meeting is. I'd also ask, and we have suggested to the staff, that they need to find out what the rules and regulations are on dry docks. We have a dry dock that's in the harbor. What is the requirement for being able to clean boat bottoms and proceed with boat maintenance? We got the answer to that. Perhaps these folks can put in a management plan and they can do that. Anyway, we need the answers to at least those 2 questions before we form a policy that we're going to look at during our vision, I take it.
I'll second that.
So that's a motion.
All
I'll
right,
second
and we
that.
got a second. Well said, sir. And I think, you know, we're not ready to make a policy or something right now. The best I can tell, there's too much decisions, there's too many opinions, there's too many things that we don't know. So I think this is an excellent motion. We have a second. Does anyone want to discuss or add to that?
I'll just have one. Direct the city manager to direct the staff, because we can't tell the staff to do anything.
Did you get that changed to the motion? All right. We have a motion. We have a second. Mike, you can
Mr.
sit down. You're done.
I think it's a great idea, Mr. Destin. Thank you for doing that. I hope that we're able to do that at our next meeting. We know that,
It won't be till after the visioning session.
Right. But if we can get, I think my committee would love that, if the staff will please send out a letter to these guys for our next meeting. And then maybe we can bring you all some things back for your, some positive things, because I think we can work it out. We just got to get together.
When verbally is your next meeting?
And I think it's.
Second Tuesday of every,
Yeah, second
Wednesday.
Tuesday every month, and
Second Wednesday
not
of
only
every
that, Mike, and this is for the audience too. I encourage you all to come to the visioning session, because we're going to be, what'll come out of the visioning session will give you some meat and potatoes to consider when you guys get together with our Harbor CRA. Because this council is going to give you an idea of what we would like to do and what we expect we are going to do. That's one of the goals of every visioning session, which will help the community service panel and the members of the industry in our community. So
Thank you.
So with that being said, you ready for a vote? Let's take this thing to
I actually have a
Preble,
question.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
This is not going to end the discussion on everything for
Nope.
tonight, correct? Because
Nope.
we've got several other issues related to this issue.
This is
Okay, just confirming.
This is issue specific at this time. All right, let's go ahead and vote. Vote is unanimous, so moved. That gives the industry, our community recommendation panel, and ourselves a little more time and knowledge to make some good decisions. That's good governance, in my opinion. All right, press on.
Sir, could I just ask for clarification, please? Would you want to have this meeting happen before visioning?
I don't think, do you think, I mean, today's Tuesday, the visioning session's Monday, and we have a set agenda. I think actually our visioning session will equip them with with a conversation piece, if nothing else, of what direction they need to go as industry and as a panel of citizens to recommend back to us. So I think it would behoove all of you to come to the visioning session, because we are going to talk about what we want the harbor to look like, and seeing how you guys make a living on it might be a good thing to weigh in, because we won't be talking about livery vessels per se. We'll be talking about our vision of what we want Destin Harbor to become and our community as a whole. So I think we'll just do that. They can meet at their regular time. That'll be number one on your agenda, but the visioning session, let's just carry on. I think what'll come out of that will equip them to have a robust meeting, to say the least.
Mayor, I just wanted to add one other thing.
Go ahead, sir.
Just for the audience. The visioning session is not a Q&A. It's for the staff and the council to get together and talk about the vision, what we want upcoming. Correct me if I'm wrong, the people that do show up, and normally there's only one or two people that ever show up and stay all day long, they do get to speak at the end. But it's an all day. We get started at 7 in the morning and don't finish till 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
8 o'clock.
8 o'clock? Okay. So I just didn't want you to show up at 8 o'clock and think it's going to be a Q&A or a workshop or something.
No, and I appreciate those comments, Mr. Braden, but the best thing about it when you do come is you get a feel for what this body's headed for. And so it's an educational opportunity on where this council and this staff wants to take this community. It's a long day, but it's very educational. Mr. Destin, before we move on here?
I did have a couple of questions on some issues that were brought up by our livery vessel people. They had a couple of issues I thought that it would be good if we could have the staff look into. One was their backup equipment, their spare boats or their spare jet ski. How do you work them into the system if you have a breakdown? I know they all have several backups. Supposedly, we have a sticker on every vessel that's allowed to be used, and my question is, could we put a number of those for their backup vessels on a lanyard so that they would actually be transferable? These are details you guys can work out, but I think it is not unreasonable to allow them to have a backup or several backups for the jet skis. I know they break down all the time. So if you all would come up with some ideas on how we could address that, and how we might be able to let the permits that are stickers at the moment, and I guess you can't pry them off and put them on anything else, even though supposedly they go with a specific FL number, it would be a good idea to have at least a few.
Yeah. Before I get to Dr. Ramswell, I got a question for Joey on that particular issue. Reason this is an issue, using backup vessels or chase vehicles, is because it comes into a compliance issue. Not all of our companies are, in the past, have been law-abiding citizens from time to time. In the past, moving vessels and renting them out after their vessels at their dock had been done. Maybe that's a thing of the past, Joey. Is this an enforcement issue for you and your staff? Is that why you're looking for recommendations, or do you think there's a workable system? This falls on deaf ears for me, seeing how I broke down twice during July 4th weekend, total engine blowouts, and I just sucked it up buttercup and worked 24 hours a day for 5 days to get my boat up and running, because it was a single source of my income. So if a guy loses a pontoon boat out of 15, I'm like, well, maybe you need to get it fixed really quick. So, and no offense to you guys, but I'm just being a little bit of a hard ass there, because, I've been there and done that, but I just want to hear from Joey. Is this an enforcement issue, or is this really, do you feel like you could come up with a system like Mr. Dessa said, where we put that permit on a lanyard and you could swap that out in times of need? Because if you pull it off of one boat and put it on the other, that other boat's not going anywhere. Correct, guys? Just wait a minute, Mike.
This is the issue we have to go back to, is the moratorium. The moratorium states how many vessels they have, and that's it. That's all they're allowed. And if I am only allowed that many, they can't have 5 extra somewhere in La La Land sitting in the water. because then they've increased their parcel.
Sure.
So what I need to do is I'll have to really think about how we can come up with a system to track those FLs for their backups. They still have to contact us. They still have to let us know which ones are coming in and out. And we will have to confirm that. So I can sit back, talk with my staff, try and come up with a reasonable, answer for you on that one.
Okay, so we're not going to make a decision tonight, Mike, so just save that comment for public comment? Is it, okay? All right, because we're not going to do, we're just. Come on up. I'm going to break protocol, if you guys don't mind, because this is such a controversial issue. Give these guys an opportunity.
So Ed Rogers again.
Ed, will you speak for the industry here tonight? Are you guys going to allow Ed to?
With that? Me speaking?
Who wants to represent you guys on this particular issue of extra boats?
Yes. Well, I just want to make a couple of quick points. I know Mike's served this city for a long time, and I appreciate that, but not much of what he said was based in fact.
Let's
So
keep on.
Let me just say,
Hey, Ed, let's
my
keep on this
business-
issue right here.
Okay.
Okay, I don't want to get into a
Well-
complication. I want to specifically talk about your spare vessels and what we can do
no,
to come up with it.
I wanted to talk about,
No, you do that at a public
yeah,
hearing.
we'll
Okay?
let Mike, and at the end, I'll talk about it.
Yeah, you can argue your points at the final public hearing. Mike, do you have a solution to this particular problem?
Actually, my solution is very simple. It's what the city's been, what's that? Mike Abity.
Hey guys.
It's very simple. The city's been doing this for the last 3 years. Let's say I have 12 jet skis that I'm legal to rent. I have 3 backup skis, that's 15 skis. They give me 12 black stickers, numbered stickers. They give me 3 yellow stickers. All 15 of my vessels have stickers. I can only rent the ones with the black stickers. If Mr. Basilak comes and checks my inventory and I have more than 12 skis missing, and I have more than 12 skis missing and I don't have the 3 there, I'm in trouble. He can cite me. So I'm not going to take any chances to risk my livery vessel license. So all my vessels have stickers attached to them. Some have usable stickers, some have the backup stickers on them. It's real simple. They've already been doing this for the last 3 years. I don't know why it's an issue this year.
Okay, and in that, with wave runners.
Same thing with
Small-
pontoon boats.
Same with pontoon.
I
Now, how
have
many-
16 rentable pontoon boats. I get 16 black stickers. I get 3 yellow stickers. 3 of my boats have yellow stickers on them.
Do all the companies get the 3 yellow stickers? Is that policy?
How this works is when the moratorium kicked in, let's say they had
Hold on,
10
Mike,
vessels.
stay right there.
Let's say they just had 10 vessels registered that were in their fleet, and they had 4 chase vessels. So that's what they have, 4 chase vessels. That's to go, retrieve someone that's broken down. They do get yellow, black, whatever, and we change the color scheme and so on and so forth. If they notify us and they say, this one's out of fleet because it's broke down, then they use that, normally, that chase vessel, one of those chase vessels, as replacement. So then we're allowing them to continue, they take that sticker off, and we just let them keep rotating that way.
That worked for you guys up to this point?
How in the past has been great. And different companies have may have different, I may have 3, somebody else might have 2, somebody else might have 1, somebody else might have 5. I don't know. 3 works for me, 3 backups for each of mine work for me. That's what I apply for every year. I don't increase any boats. I don't rent out more than 16 pontoon boats. If one of them breaks down at Crab Island, I can take one of my yellow sticker boats, go out there, put my good customers on it, bring the one with the black sticker back in. Real simple.
What about the idea Mr. Destin said about the permits being actually located on the lanyard? So if you pull one out, that just don't work?
Customer leaves with a lanyard, steals a lanyard,
Okay.
borrows a lanyard, you lost your medallion.
All right.
Better to go on the boat.
Okay, stay right where you're at.
So I have a couple thoughts, and staff and everyone here. So we talk about we have a moratorium. Obviously, we have chase vessels. Isn't the key point of the moratorium that we're not going to allow them to have additional vessels in use? And if that's the case, then as long as they're only got, 20 vessels at a time in use, then what difference does it make to us if they've got 5 chase vessels, as long as we can do it?
Amen.
And with that being said, my gosh, let's do some sort of thing where you get 20 stickers or not, whatever it is. But again, building on what Mr. Destin said, if they have to take boats out, let's say one boat comes in, it's really dirty, screws are loose on whatever, and they want to just do that sort of thing, hey, put another one in. This one's out. It's not like they're going above their required amount. And that way, everybody's within the moratorium.
Is that what you've been doing,
and everyone's
Joey, up to this point?
Their chase vessels, they normally don't use. They just use that as their backup. That is their backup, or if they have to rescue someone. Then what they do is they notify us when something breaks down, and they take that. If
We've been
something's
using
totally
those
out of
boats for
fleet,
backups for the last 3 years. The yellow sticker boats.
So Joey's saying that for whatever reason that's changed, now they are utilizing the chase vessels as the spares to rotate in and out. Is this a workable solution?
it could be done. I just have to really look at it. And I can get back with you and let you know if it's going to mess anything up. But we have been operating this way since I've been back.
Well, let's do that then, because clearly we know there's a moratorium. They need chase vessels. As long as they've got their number in the water and not additional, I don't see a problem. Let's look into it.
Dr. Ramswell,
Yes, ma'am.
I think one of the issues is that their application, they have to sign and certify and check the box that says that they will not use these as chase. And so now they're sitting here signing all this, turning in the application, and we're still working on possibly changing it. So I hope we can
Change the
I
application.
don't know,
to
but it's
exist.
just, it's a hard place to be in if I was an owner, I guess.
Yeah,
I don't know how we fix that, though.
And Joey's not ready to make a final recommendation to us, so we're gonna have to wait on that too. Because whatever he recommends and what they're saying, we gotta take all that into account before we make a motion and take a vote. You guys agree with that?
Sure.
This is the, Mr. Mayor, this is the first year that they ever put in the rules and regulations that they make a sign that if we use a chase vessel as a substitute vessel, we're in violation of our permit. And
Okay.
they made us sign that, and that's not right.
Right, and we're gonna take that into consideration.
Thank you.
We're gonna take a look at it. We'll get our recommendations. I appreciate it. Guys, I don't want to turn this into a whole public comment diatribe, so there'll be everybody have 3 minutes at the end of this, and otherwise we're gonna be here all night. So I'm gonna stop that. No more comments from the public gallery until the due time at the end of the meeting. All right?
Great, and I had one more comment for staff on this. I know that we have all sorts of information in the packet tonight, and we've talked about storage, and we've got, boat storage, not by any other name, because we don't have seasonal storage addressed. So I think it'd behoove us to find out what are the parameters and what's the definition of storage, what's that time frame? And if there is no time frame set, then we need to look at that. And then maybe we need to add some sort of comment about temporary use, if we go that way. Temporary storage, if you will, when we're looking at the cleaning or the maintenance or whatever, however direction we go. But just some ideas here, building on this idea of a policy and the fact that there's no sort of coverage in our LDC about a seasonal storage.
Yes, those were the issues that we were going to share with you, that we needed to tweak the LDC to cover those issues.
All right. Louis, are you done with your presentation? I thought there was one more item.
Yeah, it was those changes that Dr. Rumsfeld was just talking about.
We're gonna
Moving
go into
on,
tandem
Mr.
parking.
City Manager.
Tandem parking, are we gonna go over that one? Do you want us to give you direction for that?
Yeah, sure.
I mean, it's a separate letter B on his presentation that we didn't even get to, and I'm all in favor of allowing tandem parking for these livery vessel owners on their properties that don't meet the valet parking, and
Yeah.
if
So
you
this-
need, I know that letter A, we're not giving you direction and we're extending the discussion, but if you want us to wait until we can do all this at the same time, or piece it together?
It's entirely up to the council. We were ready to share with you what tweaks we were prepared to make, and tandem parking is one of those. Yeah.
You want to give us your recommendations? We'll have a chat about it. Might as well, we're right in the middle of it.
Sure. So I'll let Tracy get into the details of it, but we have received good feedback from the industry about opening up the tandem parking to them as opposed to being currently simply a valet service. So there's a section in the ordinance that will need to be tweaked, and I'll let Tracy look at that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, council members. We didn't follow through with the boat storage because a direction and a motion had been made by the council, but just to follow up with the tandem parking. So currently, down on the harbor, we require valet services if you're utilizing any kind of tandem parking. However, we recognize that down on the harbor, many of these livery businesses are utilizing this party parking type of parking in on the properties that they operate on. And in a sense, when you think about the tandem parking being the maximum requirement, it's because we don't want to pack anybody in, okay, or block anyone in. With this party parking, an entire group tends to park in one location, and they have a pretty good system to make sure that those folks are parked in the same location so that they don't have any jams. So staff recognizes that, and we'd like for the council to consider recommendations. Well, staff is making a recommendation that we would approve that party parking standard for livery businesses with an approved site plan. So if a parking plan was submitted to us, it was an approved site plan, and they're indicating where on site they're going to be utilizing this type of parking, then that would certainly be considered as part of their review.
And I got a question on that. Would that open up a rabbit's hole for us with restaurants and other industries that are in the harbor as well?
Not necessarily. This would actually potentially benefit the parking situation, because currently our code is silent and only permits the valet, which is the tandem, but the party parking would allow for 3 deep, for lack of better terms. So that could potentially increase the parking requirement or available parking on the site.
And how many properties would probably be able to take advantage of this if we did it? I'm thinking it wouldn't be many.
It would not be many. This would pretty much be focus on harbor properties, harborfront properties that have multiple mixed uses.
Okay. Any question? Any council members?
I'll make a motion for staff to go ahead and work this into a new ordinance or update the ordinance.
I'll make a second.
Okay. Mr. Overdeer.
Okay, so I'm still trying to get my head around this tandem parking, because to me, tandem parking is, you've got one parking spot and you put 2 vehicles in there. Is that tandem parking?
That is correct.
Okay, so what we're saying is, we got a parking lot here that's got 20 spots for vehicles. But now, because we're going to allow them to do tandem parking, you might be able to get 22 vehicles in there or 24 vehicles in there, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so I don't see how that's going to create any more parking for the restaurants. I mean, it's going to allow them to have more people bring more cars, which is okay. I mean, they're controlling it, and that's okay, but I don't see how we're freeing anything else up. It sounds to me like we're making our parking lots more crowded, but they're controlling it, and it's all their people that are coming there together to rent the same boat or whatever, so they're all going to leave together, so that we're not blocking anybody in, but it's not, I guess I can't understand how we're saying we're going to free up more spots for the restaurants. And I don't care about that part. I mean, if it makes their life easier and they get more people to rent their boats, I'm okay with tandem parking. I just wanted to make sure that I really understood what tandem parking was.
Mr. Dessner?
My understanding is when you use the tandem parking, you still have to have the required travel way between, let's say you put 2 cars in this line and then you have other cars down here, you still have to have the travel lane that's required. And the way that it possibly loosens up more parking for the restaurants is on those sites, you don't have to take those cars that would be not allowed under tandem and put them somewhere else in the parking lot. So theoretically, it does loosen up a little more parking for those sites that can utilize it.
Yeah, because the idea of the normal parking is you don't want anybody to be blocked in by putting a car behind them, but if it's in the same group, they're not affecting nothing, as long as they got a travel lane for the other cars that want to come or go. So tandem parking is really the purvey of the upland owner as far as their group. So I think it should be an allowable use, in my opinion.
Mayor, that it also may be usable in instances where large charter boats have multiple parties that come together, and so it may improve that situation later down the line also.
Just don't come in a bus. Camp tandem park buses. So do you need a motion to that effect?
We already gave one.
Go ahead.
We gave one.
So we have a motion to allow tandem parking, and we got a second. Any further discussion on it? Seeing none?
Mayor, can I clarify that motion?
Go ahead.
Is the motion to allow tandem parking for Liberty businesses with a city-approved site plan?
Yes.
That's correct.
Correct.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks for understanding my speech there, Ray. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, we're voting. The vote is 6 to 1, so moved. Every victory is a victory.
Just to make things clear, the process will be, this matter will be discussed by the LPA, and then they'll send a recommendation over to you.
So noted. All righty then. On to the next item.
Wait, I have one clarification.
I'm
So-
sorry.
But
Go ahead, Dr.
also,
Ransfeld.
but also, there's going to be a joint session with the Harbor Waterways Board, or the board that Mr. Buckingham was
Yeah,
representing.
I don't think that was
and
going to
these
be on
guys.
their agenda, though.
Well, no, but they have to present it. Are they going to present it to LPA? Are they going to present it to us? Where are they going to fit into the process?
I'm sorry, but you're talking about with respect to tandem parking or the other motion?
Any and all of it?
Okay, so we will make a presentation to the Harbor CRA, and they'll send a recommendation to the LPA, and the LPA will send a recommendation to you.
Okay, so they'll both citizen panels will see it and make a recommendation.
Yes, and the
Okay.
public is welcome in both instances.
All right.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure the process
Yeah,
was
I
obvious
just thought it
what's
was
going
LPA.
on.
Thank you. All right, now, on to something new.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The last item that I have is a traffic safety update for Calhoun Avenue that Councilmember Destin had requested back in December. And we have Don Smith, our city engineer, as well as Louis Zunguzzi, prepared to discuss this.
Hopefully brevity will be appreciated. City Council had directed staff to evaluate the possibility of speed humps, second slide map, to address traffic safety on Calhoun Avenue. So we did begin to look into this, of course, during the time. And Matt, if you will skip ahead here, we will gladly answer questions. If you'll skip ahead to the last slide. One more up, Matt, sorry. Sorry. We do have a project, the Zerby Calhoun Pedestrian Improvement Phase 1 project. The plans are in the presentation. It will be adding pedestrian facilities from Leonard Destin Park to Zerby Street, and then along Zerby Street on that path is included 2 crosswalks on Calhoun with rapid flashing beacons.
Don, I hate to interrupt, but you said Leonard Destin. You meant Clement Taylor Park, right?
Yes, sir. That is correct. Sorry. Those facilities are for pedestrian visibility. So when the pedestrian crosses the road, they hit the button, the lights flash. That should impact speed. They are a proven countermeasure for just that, so they should impact the speed of the vehicle around those areas where the pedestrians will be present. So we are, at this point in time, that project is anticipated to, or it will start next month, be completed in May. We do believe that will increase pedestrian visibility and help with the overall corridor safety. At this point in time, just, you don't want to mix too many things because you don't know which one works. So what we would like to do, or ask your permission, is to go ahead and complete that project and then evaluate it to see how it's working. Then if we still are having issues, then go look at additional measures to help with the safety or whatever our concerns are in that area.
Yep, I had a couple of questions. The signalized pedestrian crossings, they're not the kind you push a button, are they, that stop traffic completely?
No, sir. They will just flash yellow.
Okay, my experience with those, unfortunately, is people get used to them flashing and never slow down. Let me ask you, did you do any kind of speed study? I know when we put the three-way stop at Kelly and Maine, the sheriff's department went out there and did a speed study on how fast people were going. Did we do that at all?
Yes, sir. Not with the sheriff's department. I have purchased a small hand radar device that I can now use. So I have done some preliminary studies on that route. So I did 2 locations. The speed limit is 30. The 85th percentile speed on average ended up being 37 miles an hour. So it was less than the 11 miles an hour that our policy says to consider
I don't
speed
think
humps.
you want to ever really say that public policy, do you? We enforce the speed limit, right?
Yes.
Okay. Here's my question, here's my problem with what we're doing. We're spending $700,000 to encourage pedestrians to walk from the city parking lot down along Calhoun and have 2 crossings over into the side. So obviously, we hope to have a lot more pedestrians doing that, or it would be pretty foolish for us to spend that $700,000. So the pedestrian traffic's going to be quite a bit heavier. And I know you guys haven't been here as long as I have, but I can tell you of 2 fatalities, one on Calhoun in that area and one on Seibert, that happened in the past, in addition to the one we just had. And I intimately are familiar with them. One of them was an employee of mine on the Seibert in the area of where the parking lot is. His shoes were 75 feet from where his body landed. On Calhoun, we had the same kind of incident, and that one was actually caused by the wife of an employee of mine. So I know that that can be a very, very dangerous place, and what worries me is that we're going to be reactive rather than proactive. If we had been proactive over on Main and Kelly, perhaps we would not have had the incidents we had. So while I understand that you hope that those flashing lights will slow folks down, experience tells me they probably won't. And we intend to dramatically increase the number of pedestrians. You know, the kids come down from the community center and from the fishing museum, the elementary kids in big groups without a push button. Now, if we want to put one of those in there and see what that would cost, that would make me feel a lot better, because I know that'll stop people. They won't get run over. But my recommendation would be that let's not be reactive, wait for somebody to get injured or killed there. Let's look at our history, and I'll go over a little more history with you about speed bumps and stop signs. I think we have 4 or 6 speed bumps located on Beach Drive from where the school intersection is around, and none of those were warranted by a traffic study, not a one. We put them there anyway because we had people crashing as they went around the corner and had multiple accidents, and they've worked. They've slowed traffic down considerably. We have 2 4-way stops on Mountain Drive, neither of which were warranted by traffic studies. But we knew when we redid Mountain Drive under the CRA bond issue that we financed, that Mountain could turn into a racetrack unless we did something. So our city manager at that point, Greg Casella, put those stop signs in. Believe it or not, I argued with him and told him that was a dumb idea. I was wrong and he was right. So I'm going to ask you to go ahead and look at the engineering, or I'll make a motion asking Mr. Lance to tell you guys to look at the engineering necessary to put in speed bumps, or perhaps a three-way stop at the Zerby Calhoun. That'll definitely slow them down. And have these things ready so that we can implement them quickly rather than take a few months, and I'll put that in the form of a motion.
Second.
I have a motion, I have a second. Any comments? Go ahead, Mr. Braden.
Thanks. Is there any chance we can also look at Cybert doing something on Cybert as well? And I was in 78 or 79, I was run over on Cybert myself.
Yeah, they're going very fast.
There's several of the homeowners down there have been asking for a stop sign, three-way stop right there at Forest, I believe it is, and Cybert, because that's a straight shot.
A lot of people cut through there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a,
I'll include that in the motion. And my direction to staff is to look at these issues, be ready to do something if we have to, and to recommend to us which would be better, a speed bump, a four-way stop. I know neither one of them are really going to be justified by a traffic study you may do, but they work. And sometimes we have to do things that aren't justified by the engineering criteria. I know that hurts y'all's feelings a lot being an engineer, but sometimes you have to do it anyway.
Any further discussion? We have a motion, we have a second. Oh, Johnny?
Just
Sorry.
real quick, I make that cut through every day on Cybert, and yeah, I know, like, when you're coming down Forest, it can be a pain in the butt to get across. I don't go down that road very much, but the times that I do, it can be a pain in the butt. And it seems like, I mean, it would be worth looking into a four-way right there, as much as my friends and colleagues may hate that. It may be a good move.
All right. I already hit the voting button, so let's do it. The vote is unanimous. Lance, you have your marching orders for your staff.
Good. Thank you, council members and Mr. Mayor. That's all I have tonight.
No announcements. All righty then. We do not have any public hearings, thank God. And we have up next the consent agenda.
Mayor, I'll make a motion, we approve the consent agenda.
I have a motion.
Mayor, I would ask D set aside for
D, so, yes, Mr. Desson would like to pull that. So will you amend your motion?
Absolutely, I will amend to pull D. For discussion.
All right, I got a motion to accept the consent agenda except for item D. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none?
Mayor,
Hold on. Don't vote yet. Stand by. Go ahead, Kim. I'm sorry. I don't have you on the screen, so I couldn't see you waving your hand.
did you all already remove item E, the release of code lien?
No.
Okay, we just need to pull that from the agenda. Sorry, I didn't say it earlier. It was withdrawn by the property owner.
I'll amend
Roger
my
that.
motion to pull D and E from the consent agenda.
I'll amend the second.
Okay, I have a motion, I have a second, and I've already hit the button, so let's vote on the consent agenda. Vote is unanimous, so moved. E has been removed off the agenda completely, so that leaves D, Human Resources Risk Manager Confirmation. Mr. Desson, you pulled it, so you start.
Thank you, sir. Our city charter specifically requires us to approve department heads. So that means it's not regular and should be on a consent agenda. and I have looked at Ms. DeVito's resume. I think she's a fine candidate, and I would like to make that motion myself, and we will vote on it separately because that is approving department heads is a function that the charter specifically requires and is one that we need to take seriously. So
I have
I'll make a
a
motion to approve her.
I have a motion by Mr. Dest and a second by Mr. Overdeer. Is there any further discussion? Go ahead, Mr. Braden.
I had a question on that. If a department head is, I guess, supposed to be approved or voted on by council, is that, I mean, does other department heads, do they get, or do they need to be in the interview process? Or who all is involved with the interviewing process?
In this particular case, I can tell you who was involved. There were over 30 applications. I don't mean to bore you with the background, and several of the 30 met the minimum criteria. So we had a very good pool of candidates. So the initial team, whose task was to narrow it down to 5, or in that neighborhood, 5 candidates, was the current HR manager, the deputy city manager, the grants and program manager, and the finance director. They narrowed it down to a list of 5. One, I believe, subsequently dropped for other reasons. So there was a short list of 4. At that point, for the follow-up interviews, I took Jeff's place on that committee, as I wanted to be involved to ask specific questions to the candidates. So, I mean, that's the makeup for this committee. It wasn't, I can't say that it will be exactly the same the next time, but it's kind of the format we've followed. I like to get the team involved because in another lifetime, I was in personnel and ran a personnel division for a large retail outfit, and I believe that fit is as important as qualifications and experience. And so I like for the people that they're going to be working with to get to talk to them.
I got you. Yeah, I just thought that the department heads would be the one, in this case, doing a lot of interaction and working with the HR person, like Michael. He runs a lot of people, and he's probably going to be going back and forth. So it just seems like, for instance, he would have been a part of that committee. I don't know why the grant writer would be a part of that committee, but the department heads would be the ones really going to the HR person. And I was just thinking in the future, with somebody that's going to be dealing with this person on a regular basis, that they would have been in the process, if you will. And like I said, it may be different with, each department head that the council has to approve.
I understand. I think, that was just the group that got picked this go around. And I would have loved to had the opportunity to have all of them involved. Unfortunately, I couldn't do that and keep the city functioning the way we needed to, but I understand exactly what you're saying.
All right. I knew that the council could only fire city managers and department heads. I didn't know that they were the ones that also hired department heads. I was looking for it, and I don't see that in the city charter.
There is a provision in the charter that allows the council the right to confirm the recommendation of the city manager for top-level department heads.
Yeah, so we don't pick them, we just confirm your choice. Or not. correctamundo.
We have never done the or not.
Yeah, because he's got to work with them, right? All right, so do you entertain a motion to? We do have that motion, okay. You can tell it's getting late. All right, we got a motion, and we have a second. And is there any further comments? Seeing none. The vote is unanimous, so moved. Welcome aboard.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, real quick, I'd like to thank Karen Jankowski for her work. It's not an easy task to interview and try to select your own replacement. She is dedicated just shy of 20 years to the city, so I wanted to extend my thanks to her for her 20 years of service to the city, and I'd see if she wanted to say a few words. She has agreed to help and stay on for just a little bit, mostly in the virtual world, which we've all learned how to do since COVID hit, but that will preserve a lot of the organizational knowledge that we could have lost otherwise, so I appreciate her doing that. So Karen, I hate to put you on the spot, but if you'd like to say a couple things, I'd love for you to.
Yeah, I'll try to get through this without tearing up. It's bittersweet. My family is sitting here behind me, beside me, and they have been for most of that time. I've got some new family, like Lewis and Jeff and a few others, so they've quickly become that. So I appreciate their assistance with finding my replacement. It's like an elephant sitting on my shoulders to try and make sure that the baton is passed on and that the new team has that right person in place. So I think Nicole is well suited for that. She's very eager. I see a little bit of myself in her, maybe 10 years ago when I was more eager. But I can't say enough about the staff. They've had wonderful things to say over the last couple months since I've put my notice in. I'm definitely going to miss them. But I can't be more proud of my fellow staff. And they deserve much more than what they do. They're dedicated, not just Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. They're dedicated staff, and I wish we could celebrate that more, and I wish maybe even the frustrated folks out there could see that. They take their laptops home, they work a lot of hours, and so that goes unsaid. So I couldn't be more proud of them. But I do want to also thank present council, former council. I've seen a few. Present city managers, former city managers. I've seen a few. Just to throw out a number there, I've helped hire, what did I say, over 400 employees for the city. Rehired some. Unfortunately, a few passed away as well in my tenure, which has been very tough. So I wish you great luck, and I'm excited to see what this new council has for the city and what this new council can do to support my family. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Karen.
You know, I'll just add something in there. As I look out right now at these department heads, starting with the city manager, when I came on this council a little over 2 years ago, none of these people were department heads. We've got a completely new staff. We started with the city manager, and we've progressively replaced every department head. And Karen was involved in every one of those. She advertised them, she helped us interview them, she found the right people and gave us the right people to select. And so a lot of the reasons why some of you are sitting where you're sitting right now is because of Karen. So she's done a great job. We're going to miss you. You've got a great replacement. You did a great job of doing that as well. So thank you so much.
I want to echo what Skip said. You've done a fantastic job, Karen. I've worked with you over the last several years, and we're going to miss you.
Thank you for your service, ma'am. All righty then. On to item 7. Councilman Braden, you have under your name, Project Coordinator for City of Destin, redesign and rescaping project. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I think the city manager can bring us up to speed on that. We've met and talked about it. Can you fill us in on that one, Lance, as far as the project manager on both the undergrounding and the 98 redesign?
Be happy to. Jeff Kozad, our grants and project manager, reached out to the company that will be managing the underground electric for us, and asked the question that Mr. Braden had posed previously, and that was, will you be coordinating with DOT on their upcoming road improvement project running from Airport Road to the bridge, and if so, would there be an additional cost and some other things? The response that he got was one that I liked, because the representative from the company said they will absolutely be coordinating with not only DOT, but any other utilities that may be involved in this project to help eliminate conflicts and keep the money going where it needs to be going. And they view this as part of their scope of services. So I'm not saying we're getting it for free, but there's no additional charge to have them be doing this. So that was good. Mr. Destin was involved in this conversation too, so I don't know if he wants to add anything to that or not. But.
Thank you, Lance. We're going to do our very best to coordinate with them, but we are still in a preliminary, very preliminary stage because of our financing questions. A lot of it's going to depend on the franchise agreement that hopefully we're going to get done very soon. They keep promising us that they're almost there. Of course, that's a good component of our financing side, the increase that we would have in our franchise agreement. And the other points are the other part of that financing is something that we're going to have to really work on. And I talked to Ms. Strickland earlier at the meeting, and we're going to get together and hopefully come up with some creative ideas how we can finance the bond that's necessary to go forward with this project. It's a lot of money. Even just doing the first 1.8 miles is a lot of money. So we've got some work to do to figure out, and until we figure out where the money's coming from, it's very hard for us to go forward. And that's our main nut to crack right now, and we're going to work diligently on it over the next few months.
Thank you, Lance. All right, next question is going to be for Joey. Joey, what's the difference between a chase vehicle or chase vessel and a backup vessel?
The chase vessels are utilized to recover their vessels out in the waterway that had broke down, or if they have some distressed boaters out there. And then sometimes they utilize those when something breaks down, they'll replace those with their fleet, or they'll buy a new vessel, and then they'll call us and they'll put the new vessel in, take the old vessel out. They're chase vessels normally for chasing their vessels.
So if it's basically one and the same, why do we have two categories?
There's only chase vessel. We have your regular fleet, and then you have their chase vessels, which they call their backup vessel. It's called chase vessel, so they can retrieve their broke down vessels.
So they're not allowed to have the regular fleet, 2 or 3 chase vessels, and then 2 or 3 backup vessels.
Correct, because the moratorium has them locked in with, we'll just say 18 regular vessels and then 2 chase vessels makes it 20.
So if you go down there on the 4th of July and all the regular vessels and the chase vessels are all out rented, what is the penalty for that?
If their chase vessels are out renting and they're not supposed to be renting their chase vessels, they're only registered their vessels. So if their 18 vessels are out, they should have no more increase of their vessels and their vessels that are their chase vessels, and they didn't notify us, then they'd be in violation, which they can receive a citation for violation of the livery.
And how much is a citation?
It's 100, 200, 300. Starts out at a warning first, and then it goes from, if they don't comply, and let's say they violated after the warning, then it goes to 100. Let's say 2 weeks later, they violate again, then it goes to 200. It goes again, then it goes to 300. And then thereafter it's 300 each time.
Okay, thank you.
Is that by owner or by vessel?
And by the vessel, and the owner can be violated too. By the owner, the vessel.
So if there are 3 vessels out, do they get 1 ticket of $100, or are they getting 3 for $100?
Each vessel that is in violation is a violation, so of its own. So they can get 1 per vessel that is in violation.
Okay, I guess my next question is, Mike, if you don't mind, I'll ask you the question. It was brought up that Galati's has to have a certified place by the DEP, EPA, whoever it is, for cleaning their vessels. I don't know, why do you feel like, or why do some of the guys feel like that they shouldn't have to abide by the same rules and regulations?
This is really the first time we hear about that. We knew Galati's had some special permits from DEP. We've never been approached by DEP. We've never been cited by DEP. That may well be. It could certainly be an issue that we need to do something to get compliant with DEP. Off the top of my head, I'm going to think whatever it is going to be non-affordable for our individual businesses. So we may have to group together and try to find a location to clean our vessels, but could we still store them on our upland after they're cleaned? And this is all work in motion. We certainly going to abide by whatever the legal system tells us, whether it be DEP or DEP or Florida Marine Patrol or whoever that may be.
And so one of the other things that was said earlier was that the code compliance or staff went out and issued a bunch of citations and stuff, and the council didn't know anything about it. This council cannot get involved with any code compliance, code issues or anything. We can't get into that with them at all. Just council can't say, no, don't issue him a citation, or go enter these, give these citations. But what I did here was the storage thing. If you have a storage facility, I guess like on Mountain Drive, you have to have an opaque fence or whatever in front of it or all the way around it, and I don't know if that's what they were talking about, or trying to get you guys to do. But I just want to make that comment that this council, we're not in that process with, knowing that letters went out or making them issue letters to certain people or whatever. We can't do that. We get in big trouble for it. I guess that's all the questions I got for you, Mike. Thank you.
Thank you.
The other comments I had was, maybe I lied. Where, the chase boats and all that, I would guess would be stored in the water, tied up in the water, not up on the hill somewhere. Would you say that most of your chase vessels or backup vessels or whatever would be in the water, or would they be up on the hill somewhere and then you go put them in the water, or?
All of my chase vessels are down on my docks where my regular vessels are, so that they're easily accessible. If one of my customers calls me from Crab Island and they say the radio's not working, I can't get the boat started, we'll take one of the backup vessels. We call them backups, they call them chase. We've always called them backups. But we should have we're required to have one chase vessel.
Right.
That has to be at the dock at all times. In case something breaks down somewhere, we have to have a vessel to go rescue. Okay, that's required. So if I have 3 backup vessels, one of them is actually a chase vessel, but they're all 3 backups. I can interchange. I can use 2 of them as backups and any one of them as a chase, depending what's there at the time. So, to answer your question, we keep them in the water, we keep them available, because if something breaks down, we need to get out to the people pretty quickly.
Sure. Is there any formula for if you have 10 boats, you have to have 1 vessel, chase vessel or backup vessel, or if you have 100 boats, you got to have so many chase vessels or extra vessels?
No, basically, whether you have 1 vessel or 100 vessels, you have to have a chase vessel. Okay? And a lot of that is governed by state law, but some of that is governed by insurance companies also. They want to know that we can, so, I mean, we got some pretty good, we deal with the Coast Guard, we deal with the Sheriff's Office, we deal with the Florida Marine Patrol, we deal with the City of Destin. We have a lot of governing bodies that, but what I did want to share with you as far as chase vessels are concerned, as Dr. Ramswell said, it's really irrelevant. As long as you have 1, it's really irrelevant how many more backup vessels or chase vessels that you have, because you can't rent them out anyway unless they're replacements. So a guy that has 40 pontoon boats may need 5, 6, 7, 8 substitutes, backup vessels, whereas the guy that's only got 3 or 4 pontoon boats might need 1. But it shouldn't matter to council or staff how many they have. It does not count against your parking, because it's substituting for one that you already have parking for. Okay, so all it does is it allows us to be able to rotate our vessels and to keep good product out there for our customers, so they're renting nice, neat, clean, usable pontoon boats. So I don't think there should necessarily be a limit. If somebody wants to use 10 backup vessels, what's it matter to council? What's it matter to staff?
Yeah, I agree. If you got 10 boats you're renting full time, if you want 20 backup boats, I don't know why that would be an issue. That's why I asked Joey, if on the 4th of July or whatever, you come down there and you've got all your vessels are gone, rented, then there needs to be some good teeth, and it can't be $50, because if I was you, I'd be renting the hell out of them at $400 or $500 a day and pay the $50 fine. But
we don't want to get the bad reputation with the city and staff that we're one of the bad guys. There's enough bad guys out there if they want to go catch them. David Basilak knows the operators. We've been dealing with him for years and years and years. He can come there and look. He can have a list. Mike, how many pontoon boats you supposed to have? I got 19 boats. How many are tied to your docks? 3. I got 16 rented out. Or I got 1 at Legendary. Go ride by Legendary and see. I got 1 in the shop. You can go over there and see it. So he can know where all my boats are at any given time.
I agree, and that's, if everybody run their business, and I know like little John does, and I know him and how he runs, if they all run like him, we'd never been in this situation.
Exactly. We don't want to get in, because those of us that have been around a long time, we have a lot of money invested in our businesses and in our vessels, and we're not going to risk. I'm not going to risk renting a boat for $500 or 2 or 3 boats to make an extra $1,000 today if I can lose my license.
Right.
And lose my permit. I want to stay in good standing. Then I have staff and I have code enforcement looking at me every other day, looking over my shoulder every other day. We don't need that. So the good operators, and the majority of them are good operators, the rogues, they're out there, guys. There's plenty of rogues to catch.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you so much.
Hey, Rodney, I think they could actually have their permits taken on the application. Doesn't it say if they break some of these rules, they could lose their permits? That's a lot of teeth. I mean, I think they could.
What it could do is, it's through the magistrate could order it and so on and so forth, yes.
I think
That's like for very egregious violators. I mean, very egregious.
That was,
I wanted to see where we were, if there was any traction on. I know there's, I think Parker made the motion and to allocate, I think it was $25,000 to Harbor Lane down at the dock, the easement, to beautify that. Is that went anywhere?
Yes, the staff is currently reviewing some options, which we'll be bringing to council probably next month.
Okay, thank you. That's all I've got, Mayor. Thank you.
Johnny, do you have a statement to make?
yeah, I just was curious, and I think you guys spoke to it, was like, if I'm working for, I mean, you guys are, I've seen all you guys down at your operations, but if there's an operation where the owner is not there, the accountability is not there constantly, you know, and I'm working for tips, I'm gonna rent some extra pontoon boats out, you know what I mean? And so that was my concern, or my question is, if you've got 5 extra boats and somebody said that they're mainly used as backups and not chase boats, that would be my temptation. And so my question is $50 or $100, $200, $300 enough, you know, or is getting your license pulled like that, you know what I mean? Then there's no temptation. You can't afford that. So that was what I was thinking.
Thanks, sir. All righty, Dr. Ransell.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a couple things on here and then a couple other things. One of them was we had received an email from our land use attorney discussing a potential resignation, and it was brought to my attention that she would be willing to stay on if we would consider allowing her to remain virtual and only come in person to, you know, once a month or something of that nature. So I said I'll bring it up and see how the council feels, especially since she actually formally resigned. I don't know if we technically need to rehire or how that process would work, but I did want to bring this up for us to discuss and try and resolve.
Can we keep her?
I resigned effective April 11th. Well, on January 11th, I gave 90 days and resigned effective April 11th. So it's not effective until that time, so you don't have to rehire me. But I was approached by a council member asking if I would be willing to be remote, and I said, sure, that would be something I would be happy to do if the majority of council was good with it. So if the majority of you is good with it, then we can proceed that way. If not, then I'll just let my 90-day resignation stand.
Can I make a motion that we keep her?
You may.
Absolutely, yeah, I'll second.
Okay.
Microphone.
I have a motion and a second that we retain our current city land use attorney employed working via the web. And occasional presence when specifically requested. Were you willing? That's not part of the motion, but anyways.
But it's understood.
Yes. All right, we have a motion, we have a second. Mr. Destin.
I was just going to speak in favor of the motion. It's a perfect solution to our problem. If we had to bring a new land use attorney in and get them up to speed on the various cases that Ms. Kopp is handling, it would be a virtual nightmare. I served 10 years on this council where we didn't even have a land use attorney, much less one that could remote in, and we got by. This is a perfect solution to addressing her needs and ours both, so I would be in favor of that.
Yeah, just her institutional knowledge since she's come on board is extremely valuable. And she's always been accessible via phone, and she's been on the screen probably since before Christmas because of family concerns and visitation, and it's worked out extremely well. So, Mr. Smith.
I would just echo Mr. Destin, so good to go.
There we go. Seeing no further comment?
Mayor, can we?
Go ahead, Mr. Braden.
Can we read the motion again, please?
To retain the current city land use attorney.
Take it a vote. The vote is 7 yeas and 1 yea that doesn't count. So moved.
Thank you all.
Okay, so I wanted to check on the status of the submerged land lease application for Noriego Point. I know we've gotten a survey back and some answers to questions, but I'm not sure where any of that stands.
Yeah, we're planning on bringing that back next meeting with recommendations from staff and the attorneys.
Alrighty. And second. Next, well, being February.
Yeah, the first meeting in February.
Next thing I had on here, Mr. Braden actually hit on one of them, was talking about the Harbor Lane improvement. And then I know that you guys had looked into all the other accesses we had. And at one point I had requested, let's look into improving more of those accesses to allow for additional public access. And I was wondering, you addressed the Harbor Lane one. What about the other ones? Have we made any progress or looked into that yet?
We are making progress, not as far as we've done with Harbor Lane. One of the things we're thinking is if we show you what we have done with Harbor Lane, probably that will give us an idea what to do with the rest of them, the type of improvements that you'll be looking at.
Okay, and is that something that maybe will be brought to the vision session or just a future council meeting? What is your plan?
The Harbor Lane one next month, probably the second meeting in February.
Great, thank you. And then, let's see, on here, items to present to the Okaloosa Legislative Delegation. So tomorrow, our legislative delegation is meeting over in Okaloosa County off Eglin. Typically, they do this every year, and it's Senator Gaynor's going to be there, Broxson, I'm not sure who the others, Williamson, Pat Maney's going to be there. And this is our opportunity to tell them what some of our needs are, what we'd like for them to really work on in terms of legislation. And so I just wanted to check with council and essentially see if there are any particular items. I already RSVP'd, so I can go. I don't know, Mayor, if the mayor would go, whatever. But we have a slot so that we can present items that we would like them to pursue. So do you guys have any ideas on items you would like them to really work on?
We had a webinar last week, and I'm not sure if you participated in that or not, but Northwest Florida League of Cities had a webinar last week, and we talked about some of the various issues that are going to come up this session. One of the things, though, is I think that meeting tomorrow night, I'm not sure that it's a publicly noticed meeting. I know, I just happened by accident to see it in the newspaper, otherwise I wouldn't have known about it. So I don't think anybody but you can go. But anyway, in the webinar, they talked about a couple of the bills that are going to come up in this session. And of course, the big one that's always keeps coming up every year, it seems like, is the thing on the short-term rentals. It's House Bill 219 by Fisher and Senate Bill 522 by Diaz. The Florida League of Cities has come up with a kind of a counter bill that they would like to find a co-sponsor for. or a sponsor or a co-sponsor. I sent Pat Maney, Representative Maney, a text this afternoon, but I haven't gotten anything back from him yet to see if he'd be interested in doing that. So maybe if you could bring that up tomorrow night and see if any of our folks either in the Senate or in the House would like to. If they are interested in that, number one, they need to vote against these two bills. But then number two, if they could also then get with the Florida League of Cities and maybe find out if the bill that they've crafted, if that's something that they would be interested in sponsoring or co-sponsoring. And then the other one, I guess, and this is more from a Chamber of Commerce but for the businesses as well. The tax for the online taxes. People right now, of course, can order online, and some companies still charge a tax. I mean, I've ordered things online and got charged tax, but a lot of folks can order things and they don't pay tax, and that's not fair to our local businesses. So if they could vote in favor of that, that's the only thing I have.
Excellent. And the two that Mr. Overdeer brought up are actually two of the 4 priorities that the Florida League of Cities is looking at, really supporting this year. Sales tax fairness, short-term rentals, discharges to surface waters, affordable housing, and annexation. Actually, there's 5, yeah. So those are the 5 topics that they're really going to be lobbying in the legislature for. So I know annexation is something that we've talked about as well, like how do you incorporate just a parcel or two here and there, or a neighborhood. They're called enclaves. And so that's something that has been ongoing with the legislature and that we've talked about in the past. So I don't know if that's something that y'all would like me to bring up, but and it doesn't have to be any of these, but obviously short-term rentals, as Mr. Overdeer and we all know, is a very key piece of legislation here that we've been working towards on a local level as well. But other thoughts?
I don't have a thought on the items. I do have a thought on you guys be very cognizant of sunshine law violations. When I was new to this job, the Pensacola News Journal gave me mortal hell for going with a fellow councilman to lobby a state legislature. They said we had violated the sunshine law, and we had to really grovel a lot, so they didn't file ethics charges against us. Just we should bear that in mind if more than one of us try to go to that.
Yes, I planned on going, but
Yeah.
I wanted to just
You want to be the
clear-
designee for the council? Just to prevent any conflict of interest
Sure.
or violations of sunshine law?
Sure, absolutely. Thank you. No problem. So I guess at this point, I'll bring
Take
up
one for the team, basically.
So at this point, I'll bring up the sales tax fairness, which Mr. Overdeer brought up in the short-term rentals for sure. Is there anything else that we want to look at? Do we want to bring up annexation or not? Yeah, I see nods. Okay. So I'll present those as 3 issues that we're really concerned about right now. Is there anything not on this list? I know we've got all sorts of things going on with the city, but anything else that, I feel like there's something obvious that's like not slapping me in the face.
Well, I think the city staff has already met with some of our legislators, and so they've talked about some of the issues that they would like them to support. So, and they're not on any of the Florida League of Cities lists, but so there's been some conversations with the legislators already from the city staff.
All right.
Do you have a specific item you'd like for Dr. Ramswell to present in this forum? You good?
I think we discussed what we had discussed with the judge last week, so I think we're okay.
All right, sounds good. And then the last thing I had on here was something else that we've sort of batted around for years, and it keeps coming up, but it never makes it up the list, so to speak, on our list of priorities. And that is transit and doing some sort of trolley along 98. Number one, to sort of assist and reduce the number of cars. Number two, because there's all sorts of reasons. And the reason I bring it up again is because Walton County is actually moving forward and doing one. And they're going to have 2 separate trolleys operating 2 different paths. And one of them is actually going to go on Scenic Highway 98 all the way up to Whale's Tail. And I thought it would be really a prime opportunity for us to maybe discuss at visioning or something, building off the one that's going to end at Whale's Tail and bringing them past the Commons, into the Commons, all the way down to the Harbor Walk. So just another way to sort of build off something that a neighboring county's doing that we could piggyback. They're getting funds from their TDC. Maybe it's something we can look into doing.
Can we add that to the visioning thoughts on Monday? Because that sounds like a great idea.
Yeah, I'd love to if y'all are cool with it. And Mr. City Manager, did you catch that to add it on to the agenda?
Dr. Ramsey, I think that's a great idea as well. I think it's also with this public beach acquisition that we're about to undergo, I mean, this will allow us to bring more people to the beach that we don't have parking for, and that'll just add on to it. So I think it's an amazing idea.
Yeah, I'm going to reach out to a couple people that tried to do it privately and it failed, and find out what their challenges were for that discussion Monday.
Sounds good. Well, that's all I have for tonight. So thank you guys very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ramswell. Mr. Destin.
I'll try to keep it brief, Mayor. I want to briefly discuss vaccinations. As we have all seen, there's not a whole lot of it going on. I think it's mainly a case that our health department doesn't have them, but at one point we hope they are going to have them. And I would suggest that with y'all's concurrence that we ask our city manager to send a email or communicate with Dr. Chapman and tell him that we stand ready to facilitate vaccination in Destin, whether by providing facilities for them, such as the community center or Morgan Sports, or if it comes down to money, I can't think of a better way for us to protect the health, safety, and welfare of our community than to put some money toward trying to get our folks vaccinated. So unless somebody has an opposition to that, I'd ask the city manager to contact them and just make it one known to them that we stand by ready to help them. The only other brief thing I have is, having been on the other side of regulatory actions such as our pontoon peoples are at both the state and federal level, I understand how it is possible to feel that the staff folks are after you. I want to just say something in support of our staff, as I've only been back since December, but I have been around staff people that were truly after you. I think this bunch doesn't fit that description at all. I think that they are doing their very best to ascertain what in the world it is we want them to do, which is difficult at times. And I want to congratulate them on trying to work with the people in their community to work out the problems. And I'm done, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. On the vaccinations to date, tonight, there's been 9,098 folks vaccinated in Okaloosa County, and that's just the first dose. There's only been 103 for the second dose. So, but I didn't see in today's press release with the governor that he has incorporated the Publix in Okaloosa County to become a new vaccination site. So I'm hoping with that comes more doses. So. Yeah, I don't think it's going to hurt whatsoever to reach out to our health department. So, and Lance, so noted. Mr. Overdeer.
So I'll just piggyback a little bit on what Mr. Destin already talked about. The issue here, I think tomorrow, again at noon, you're allowed to make the phone call, or you can try to get online and get another shot at getting a vaccination if you're over 65. I'm in that seasoned group, so I've been trying to do that. I will tell you, about 2 seconds after noon, I hit both my phone and my iPad, and I've not been successful in getting through. However, I will tell you that other counties are offering a little bit better system, I think. Walton County and Santa Rosa County, both, you can go on their website and you just fill out the form, you send it to them, and then they put you on the waiting list. And so I got called by Santa Rosa County this morning. I'm going over by Walton County this morning, and I'm going over to Walton County tomorrow to get my shot. I've talked to Dr. Chapman's staff about them having some kind of a system like that. I've talked to some of our county commissioners about doing something like that, and so far they've not, for whatever reason, they have decided not to do that. They like this, just try to call in and try to get on the internet, and I'm telling you that doesn't work. So I'm glad that I'm not frustrated anymore, but I'm telling you there's a lot of us seasoned folks who are getting frustrated. And so there's a better way to do this, and we just can't, for some reason, can't get Okaloosa County to do it.
Maybe Mr. Dustin's recommendation for the letter will change that. Ms. Abear.
Well, I'm not in the seasoned group, but I do work for Pfizer Pharmaceuticals, and I think we're going to have a nice next couple of months. Things are going to change, and I think it's going to be a lot better. So don't give up. Hang in there. We'll get more, and it'll be better.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. King?
Thank you, Mayor. I have nothing tonight.
Thank you, Mr. King.
All right.
Mr. Schmidt?
Yes, sir. I got a few things. Yes, fantastic. First of all, I got a call from Miss Lisa Firth in regards, and as well as some other citizens, but about some baseball fields over at Morgan's Sports Complex, and they're wanting to kind of upgrade the playing field, and two specific ones: take the grass out, put dirt down, allows softball players to play, allows us to have more tournaments in the area because we can use it for softball fields and things like that. And I just wanted to bring it up in front of council that we can just hopefully give her the green light to have their staff move on with that. I don't know if it's required from us to tell you that, Lance, but I was hoping that if you need a thumbs up from all of us, but it sounds like it's a great idea to do that.
Hey, no, a consensus would be good.
Yeah, I already gave
Sunshine, so,
Ms.
yeah.
Firth my thumbs up. In fact, I actually put up 2 thumbs
Well,
up.
good. All right, well, thank you. I appreciate that. The next thing I wanted to bring up, and I think, Ronnie, you might have brought up recently, was the Friday, somebody did, the Friday that we're closed. We're closed on Friday in the permitting office and the building office. Right? We're only open Mondays through Thursdays. So
I thought we opened 5 days.
did we vote that night to open 5 days? It got brought up. Have you thought about that? Because I would just I don't know.
Yeah, and Mr. Zanguzzi and I have discussed this matter, and he's of the same opinion I am, that we should try. And let me clarify. We are not shut down and not working on Friday in this building. It was a work day so that we could get this new system up and running and get our permits and other things handled on that. So that's why the doors to the public were technically not open, although we never officially closed them. But we are I'll let Lewis weigh in, but we're of the opinion that if that is the wish of the council, then we will go back to the 5 days. Understanding that we will try our best to keep up with the InterGov system and whatnot, but that was the work day for InterGov until InterGov was up and running.
Well, on that note, I'd like to, I guess, make a motion that we ask them to open back up 5 days a week, especially now that we have 60 additional days on the eGov thing. I mean, unless there's a detrimental reason not to open back up. I know you're not closed, but back to work normal hours to allow to get towards normal operating for the citizens, for staff, and everything. If I would like to throw that out there as a motion to go back to 5 days of work.
I'll second that.
I got a motion, I got a second, any discussion?
5 days of
Well,
openness.
when we were
Go
only
ahead, sir.
when we were closed on Fridays, we were never turning anybody away, were we?
No, we were not.
Some people have been turned away.
That should
I have to say that I had people call me and ask me, why is the city closed on Fridays? I can't get anyone to answer the phones and I can't get in the buildings.
Okay, well, that's something I would certainly look at. But the policy is not to turn anybody away if they show up. And again, as the manager said, we had a number of setup systems that we need to put in place, and there was no time that we could do that and still prepare for the system installation. And so we're at the tail end of that process. If the council does wish for us to open, certainly we'll comply with that. But just bear in mind that there'll be implications for our run-up to the setting up the system, because we just don't have a downtime to look at specifically the system operations and still deal with the public at the same time.
Well, in response to that, we were planning on going live in about 12 days, and the reason we're not going live is from that company. So I would hope that we're, on the city side, I know we're going to keep testing things, you said, but to me, we should almost be ready to go live if EnerGov was telling us, hey, you guys are good. So if y'all aren't completely against opening 5 days, if there's a reason we shouldn't be open 5 days again, I'm fine with hearing that. But if I'll keep the motion out there for discussion. But I mean, unless I hear there's a bad reason not to open 5 days, I'd like to. I don't want to see this go down to July or August and y'all come back and say, well, because we open 5 days a week, EnerGov's now back to July and August. I'd hate to see that. So please let us know if that's going to be a problem. I know maybe you might not be able to say that and foresee the future, but I don't want too much now. Y'all come back and say, well, we're open 5 days a week now. We couldn't put the time into EnerGov. So please just let us know, communicate what would be best, I guess.
Our system is scheduled now to go live in April, and that's our plan, given the situation that has happened. There are things that they have to do on their end, and we have to react to those things. So within the 2 months, suddenly there are things that they got to do that we also got to react to. So we need the time to be able to do that job. So, but if it is the council's wish, we will certainly comply. But I'm just telling you that there are implications for everything that we do.
Mayor, if I might, I don't want to delay the implementation of the EnerGov. And if you tell us you need to be using Fridays for the next month or two, I can live with that. In other words, can we set an open date for March the 1st, March the 15th? You tell us how much longer you need to have those Fridays to work on those type things, because we don't want to hamper your ability to get that system going.
Yeah, I truly appreciate that consideration. We are set to open live with the system in April, and that's a time that we need.
But is that every single staff member? I mean, can we not designate one Friday out of the month to work on that government system? Can we not make sure that a staff employee is here at the door, so when a citizen does walk in, because I don't want to affect the EnerGov system, but I also don't want to affect our citizens that are trying to come up here on Friday or do business or permits and all these things. So maybe 2 days were closed, or maybe they have a certain staff member up in this office, 2 staff members that still does city business on Friday, nothing to do with EnerGov. And I don't know if y'all have certain roles for EnerGov people, but just a thought.
City Manager, can you bring a recommendation back to us at the next meeting?
I will do that.
Get with your staff, and at that point, we will set a deadline. If that's acceptable to you, Mr. Motion Maker?
I'd like to keep the motion on the floor, and we'll vote for it.
Can I just, recommendation, if people are having trouble getting into the doors on those Fridays, or on Fridays, could we install a Ring doorbell or something like that to let somebody know there's someone there? Because clearly someone doesn't know that they're there.
Yeah, as I said, if there were people that would turn back, that certainly is something that I would really look into and address. Nobody who comes at the door should be turned away.
Seeing no further discussion, let's vote.
On which
To
item?
open 5 days.
I'm going to offer a substitute motion that we allow the city manager to bring us back a recommendation on a opening date for Friday service, full scale.
Second.
I got a substitute motion and a second.
Mr. Schmidt, can you repeat your motion?
We do vote on the substitute motion first, just so you're aware. So.
All right, let's take a vote.
I know, but I still want to hear what his motion is.
It was to go back to 5-day-a-week operating business, just as normal. I mean, right away, I guess. I mean, next week. I mean, maybe not this week since it's the week of, but I mean, pretty much immediately.
So the distinction would be waiting on an implementation plan versus more immediate.
And I have a second, and we have room for further discussion if anybody wants to weigh in.
Yeah, discussion on that is, with all due respect, we asked them to bring us something already, and they didn't even bring it to us tonight until I brought it up. So if it's that big of a deal to not open up, this is just my opinion, I feel like we would have heard it until I asked. So, I mean, that's just, I hear your substitute motion, but we asked them to bring that back, and we still haven't heard until tonight.
When was it asked? I missed that. When did it was?
I don't have the exact date, but I know a few council members up here recall.
A couple of meetings back,
Yeah.
we asked if they opened up full-time.
And it was in the form of a request, not a motion, which should make you understand the importance of motions. One councilman's request to them is a request, and they don't have to do it if they don't want to. A motion, they have to.
And speaking of motions, we have one on the floor with a second, so we're going to vote on it. Whether you agree with it or not, you can vote no. The substitute motion, that's correct.
When are they required to bring it back? At the February 4th
The
meeting?
next meeting, he said. That's part of the motion. Ayes have it, so moved.
Okay. I don't feel like I'm trying to beat down the staff or anything. I just want to get things back to normal for as much people as we can. I'll finish off on the delivery thing, topics, a few things. One, like Mr. Destin said, the tandem parking thing I think was a great thing that the staff brought to delivery vessel operators, in my opinion. Maybe not all of you agree, but that was a very positive movement from staff, from Mr. Forgione, from somebody that came up with that to put that out there. And so I think that's, like Mr. Destin said, there's some good things for sure out of there. Safety video earlier was discussed. I mean, I remember, Mr. John, 2 years ago or something, you got up here and you talked about a safety video and GPS trackers and all these things. And I remember you that day as well. And that's a great idea. And it's going to take somebody to do that. And I think a partnership with our high schools, I mean, I know this is not too far away, but our charter high school in Destin, that these, the digital classes, all these assets that we have available to us, and the youth make the video more relatable to the people that are renting your boats. Y'all know your customers. I just think that there's some options out there that y'all could tap into to have somebody with their iPhone and make a video, and you pay somebody on Fiverr to edit it all, and it will look really good. So I know the video Mr. Forgione got wasn't the perfect one. Like Johnny says, a great start. But you guys, with your new association or something, could hire out somebody or work with our new high school or Fort Walton or any of these and put something together. Just a thought. And I know our PIO is amazing on Facebook and social media, and she worked with Mr. Forgione to get that video. And if later on down the line, if you need city to assist in a public-private type of partnership with that, I'm pretty sure we could figure that out. That'd be a great thing. And lastly is just the beautification, as the mayor talked about. And I hear exactly what he's saying, and I think we all know where I stand on some of these delivery vessel situations since we've gotten up here the first night. It is important to beautify our streets, and signage and things like that we talked about are going to be talked about one day, and boats that are sitting up on the lot getting things scraped off on them for 3 months are part of that beautification. And just because for 30 years somebody hasn't been enforcing a rule, unfortunately, doesn't always mean that we just got to continue living that way. And that's hard to say, but I have kids, and if I keep letting them do the same thing over and over and over, even though it's wrong, and the one day I come back to them and smack them in the hand or something, I mean, they're going to be mad, but it's my fault as a parent for not enforcing that throughout that time as they're growing up. And I'm not saying this is where this decision is going to go in the future, but if it happens, it's tough. I understand that, but I feel like as owners of businesses, whether it's your savings, whether it's your planning, whether it's different things that you might or might not have, it's just something you got to keep in mind, because if beautification as a whole is the decision to go with, and we need to have boats off the parking lots, It's just where we'll have to figure out how to do it together and figure out the best way for everybody. But that's all I have, and I look forward to continuing discussions on that stuff. So thank you.
Thanks, sir. All I got tonight is to bring up an issue about FEMA projects and procurement processes. What brought this to mind was I was down at Joe's Bayou doing a public service announcement with our public service information officer, Catherine, and there was a bunch of yellow tape all around the docks that got trashed on our last little tropical experience. And I know we had that yellow tape up at Clement Taylor Park for about a year and a half, it seemed like. I might be exaggerating by half a year, but it was a long damn time. And it's all because in some cases we're relying on FEMA or some other grant program to give us a go-ahead and or to give us the money to fix it. And my big thing here lately, talking with Webb and Lance, has been not letting the process paralyze our ability to serve our community. Processes are good because they give us guidelines on how to accomplish our daily, weekly, monthly, and yearly tasks. But at the same time, processes are supposed to enhance our capability to do that, not paralyze us in our ability to serve our community. In the cases of our city, we have these wonderful waterfront parks and boat ramps and stuff like that. And we have other facilities throughout the city that from time to time get destroyed or smashed up. But our waterfront properties are always going to be suspect to damage. And most of our waterfront properties and parks and boat ramps are one of the most widely used by our citizens out of all the things that we do in the city of Destin. So what I want to do is start a discussion, and I want to talk about it a little bit tonight to encourage Lance to get it on our agenda. Part of it we can talk about during our visioning session on Monday, but come up with some recommendations on how we can best enhance our city manager and our staff to address some of these issues. Right now, he has a $15,000 limit on what he can write a check for repairs or replacement of equipment, city-owned equipment or properties. And maybe if you look at other cities, their city managers have a lot more leeway than that. Like the Joe Bayou repair, I'm sure it's going to be more than $15,000. We need to get it fixed now, not tomorrow, because spring is right on, hunting season's over February 10th and fishing season starts on the 11th. So it's issues like that, I think that we need to take a good hard look on our procurement process to allow us to better serve our community and fix things like that, in the hope, knowing that there is a chance FEMA may not reimburse us, or the FDP or whoever may be responsible, whatever grants that we've applied for in the process, that we're willing to bite the bullet, get it fixed, serve our community, and then, hopefully the money will come in due time. But today's system doesn't work for our people. And it doesn't work. It gives us a black eye because everybody looks at the council and say, yeah, I ain't doing nothing. The park's been tore up for 9 months. Right. So I really want to look into it. We can touch on it during our visioning session, but I want to see it on the agenda with some recommendations for our council and staff for us to make a motion and take a real hard look on changing how we deal with, I don't want to call them all emergencies, because sometimes they're not emergencies. It's just things are brought to our attention that they're disrepair and they need to be fixed now, and we'll worry about getting compensated by the county or the state or whatever entity later on down the line. So I just wanted to bring that up. And if anybody has anything like to add to that, if nothing else, I'd just like for you guys to agree to give staff the direction to bring back to us some possibilities to improve the process.
Mr. Mayor, I'll agree with you and just add on some of that, because I was thinking about it today when they brought it up during the meeting, and some of the things like you're talking about, if FEMA came back after a year and a half and said, no, we're not going to cover that, most likely we're still going to fix it because it's an area that needs to be open for our citizens. So I was thinking today of just ideas, a grading scale of the, a grading scale on that particular project of the importance of it being open or closed, as well as the risk. I know somebody possibly used to work with FEMA, the risk associated with a risk level of you might or might not get the funding back. And that way you can kind of take multiple, grading scale, a risk scale, and things like that to kind of then give them the green light to let's just get this fixed now type of thing. But just some thoughts.
And unfortunate for Lance, he gets caught in the crossfire. He's got people busting him on one side from the public saying, you guys aren't doing anything and getting it fixed. And then, when it finally comes to our attention, he gets busted from us because, how come we haven't fixed it yet? And he has to unfortunately give us, we're waiting on FEMA. We're waiting on the county. We're waiting on whoever the hell it is that's supposed to bring us some money. So I just want to see us take a real hard look at our procurement process, maybe like Mr. Smith said, a grading scale of things where we can give our city manager a little more leeway on fixing projects.
I talked to Lance a couple weeks ago. We discussed that, and he was going to get with the grant writer to find out because everything's always falls back on FEMA, waiting on them. And I think you said that they had worked with FEMA, for FEMA. I was going to find out if it was true, we had to wait until FEMA approved it, or if they can come out and take pictures and document everything, and then we can go ahead and fix it and get reimbursed later. And I don't know if you ever had a chance to speak with them or not.
Yeah, I can tell you there's some ways we can attack this to make it better for our residents and for us, honestly. And it's going to take some help from Crystal Strickland, our finance director, who has extensive experience in this area. We're not going to skirt the system or anything like that. We're just going to use the system more to our advantage. We need to streamline our own purchasing policy. I know that seems odd, but the reason why we have to streamline our own purchasing policy is because FEMA, one of their major requirements is that we abide by our own purchasing policy. And so that we actually sometimes get handcuffed by our own policy from FEMA. So
What does that mean though, Lance, that like in purchasing like the wood and the supplies to fix it?
It could be, it's overall procurement. So our purchasing threshold, the mayor mentioned right now, one of the items in there is a threshold of $15,000. So if I need to fix something and it's $20,000, I have to abide by our purchasing policy and go out to bids for that. So there's ways that we can streamline it so that we can eliminate some of those steps.
Mr. Johnson, didn't you bring that down when you were first hired? Because I believe it used to be higher and it was brought down because of concerns with how it had been utilized in the past with other city managers?
The threshold?
Yes.
Amount? I don't think so.
I thought it was 20
I think we
or
did
25.
because we had lost confidence in some of the
Yeah.
people that worked here in the
Okay.
past.
I remember that being done.
Mr. Desson, I see.
I do, and I have no opposition to looking at the process to try to come up with some ideas, but I would tell us that we should be very cautious about authorizing anyone in this city to spend large amounts of money without going through this council. That leads to big problems. You can ask the Tourist Development Council how that worked out for them.
Right, we don't want Lance buying a jet, is what you're basically saying? A city jet for travel, so, hey, we're under a pandemic, he's got to get around somehow, right? All right, Ms. Ramsell, do you have anything to add?
No, I'm done. It's all been covered.
All right, okay, including the jet, got it. All right, well, so you have a consensus that bring us some options and some ideas to help facilitate timely repair of our facilities as needed, all right?
Yeah, will do. And full disclosure, Crystal's wrapping up our audits right now, so, I mean, we're gonna need a little bit of time. I mean,
No
it's not gonna
problem.
be the next meeting.
No, it's all
So
right.
we need to wrap the audits up, and then she can move on to the next big project.
But we do need Joe's boat ramp fixed now.
We got the number
And I
one, the
know
one.
Webb's
number one-
over there, he's on it. He already let me know, because I wore him out about that the other day. All right, gang, now, up next, I'm done. Ms. Kopp. Think,
She has nothing. to
Oh,
say.
there it goes.
There you go.
No, I don't have anything tonight other than to say thank you all for your support.
you're welcome, much deserved. Mr. Bowman,
Nothing from me.
glory. That being said, before we go home tonight, we're gonna open this up to public comment. Seeing how it is 10:45, I'm holding everyone strictly to 3 minutes. I don't care how good of friends you are with me. So we'll start right here. Sherry, if you're done, okay?
Sorry, I'll be real quick. John Stevens. Well, I just want to thank council pretty much for listening and pretty much help making progress to continue active dialogue and try to come up with solutions that will work for everybody. I want to thank staff, them keeping us in the loop with the application process. Probably the first time where we actually know where our applications stand, so thank you. Going back to earlier about committees and how we didn't get to add feedback to it, unfortunately, I'm at fault for that because I didn't even know the process back then. I mean, you guys woke up an animal. I'm involved now, so. And then one last thing, pretty much with the video and storage of working with staff, is that someone that we're supposed to supply, or is it something, or when y'all going to reach out to us to try to get someone involved? That was
Weren't
so
y'all
long
supposed-
ago.
They were going to get you the schedule of the next CRA, Harbor CRA meeting, so that y'all can get together and work as a group.
Okay, so we just have someone show up there and then we're good, pretty much?
Someone representing y'all with the CRA, Mike
Okay.
Buckingham, his team.
Okay, and then what about the sheriff? Is that something where we need to suggest someone, or is that so?
That was just, nothing specific was there, so I think you're just gonna have to figure out amongst your new association or your other
Okay.
people about video maybe, or additional safety, and then bring it back to us, or if you need our help, then ask for it maybe.
Cool.
That video that he showed us, John, I think is something that you all could just grab from the sheriff's office and add it to your package.
I would love to have access to it, so.
Okay, we'll make sure that happens. Joey? Got it.
Cool.
Just work with Joey on the video
Okay.
issue, and then y'all's industry can decide if you want to, as individuals or as a group, if you want to use it or
Cool.
not.
All right, that's all I got. Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you. Come on up, Ed. Now you can raise all those other issues, but you only got 3 minutes, so talk
Ed
fast.
Rogers, first, Joey, I like that video. I don't know that it addresses everything, but I've got an 80-inch TV outside my hut, and I'll just loop that, because the biggest problem for us is people speeding in the no-wake zone, and you saw it over and over and over again, and that may help. The thing that I want to say is, what's very important to me is that you guys, when you make policy that affects us, that it be based on facts. And, you know, I know Mr. Buckingham's done a lot for the city, but everything he said, none of that was based on fact, and I'll tell you why. I knew this was coming. I brought it up at the workshop. So I went to DEP and said, I need you to come look at my property and see if I'm going to be, if I have a negative environmental impact. Last Tuesday they came, and they said I have little to no environmental impact. I said, what does little mean? She said, well, nobody has zero impact. If you wash your car on this property, there's a little impact. She said, little to no is the smallest amount of impact that you can have. And I'm going to have a letter. So when somebody tells me that I'm grinding or that I'm polluting, it's not true. And not only that, right, try something else. And not only that, you know, when I bought my business and I bought that property, I probably had a dozen meetings with the city, because before I spent $1.5 million, I was going to make sure that I could operate my business and do everything that was required. And I did that. And now the rules are changing. And it's frustrating because we're getting facts, but they're not facts. You know, if you're going to say there's an environmental impact, DEP should be down here. And to address the fact that, that we haven't been involved, I've been to lots of CRA board meetings. The fact of the matter is, there was a meeting in January and February, then COVID. Then there wasn't a meeting till October. October, they didn't talk about library stuff. So it's not that we haven't been involved, it's that they haven't met. And if you look at the minutes, the CRA board, they complained at the last meeting, this new meeting, that they weren't kept in the loop, that the city staff hasn't been talking to them, at least 3 members. And I can tell you, because my wife's on the board, she didn't remember that vote. And another member told me that they didn't even remember that vote. So to say that they worked so hard on this thing and that this is their big recommendation, when some of their members don't even remember voting on it, it tells you how hard they've been working on it. And if you look at the minutes, I think Mr. Lewis had showed some of the minutes. Mr. Green had asked for a vote to approve the findings of the city, and the vote was more about sending it to you guys and letting you discuss it than them actually approving it, because some of these members, again, didn't even remember it. So, you know, I just take issue when somebody says that my property is unsightly and ugly, especially, what's that?
You're not out of time.
No, but you know what? I'm going to say one more thing. You know, when somebody is going to tell me my property is unsightly, but they want to put an RV park on the most exclusive road in the city, it's not fair. It's not fair.
Okay, you're going down another road. I gave you 30 extra seconds. Okay, good. Oh, dang it. I was going to slide over here. No, go ahead, sir. Say your name. Address.
Charles Planis, 3810 Indian Trail.
Thank you, sir.
Why don't y'all go get a beer? Have a good night.
Thank you, sir. You are now my favorite Liberty Vessel business owner. Come on up, sir.
Jason Schilder, 291 Briarwood Circle, and I just want to speak a little bit more about the ability for us to have the extra equipment that we need to operate. I know you guys have got the medallion system, but maybe, you know, it's kind of hard to enforce this situation. That seems to be the issue. But it could, you guys got a lot of tech savvy people up here. It could be as simple as a shared Excel spreadsheet that shows our active equipment. And they could screenshot that. It's a shared situation with code enforcement. They could screenshot it when they come to enforce. And if there's anything on the docks that's not on that spreadsheet, then we're in trouble. Raise the penalties. I don't have an issue with that, but I do have an issue with not being able to operate my business as we've been doing it. That's all I got.
Jason, quick question, sir. Is it Jason?
Yes, sir.
Are you under the impression that you can't take your vessel from Fort Walton to replace it with a broken one in Destin? Is that what you're concerned about? Because I thought they said that you could replace them with
Well, I'm keeping very few jet skis in Fort Walton, but I do keep about 10 to 15 extra jet skis for the 35 that we rent out here in Destin. And I don't keep them on property. I bought a lot on Mountain Drive, and we keep them over there, and we keep them at another lot over off, well, we used to, but we don't anymore. But we don't keep them on site. But we have 1, 2 breakdowns or, you know, skis that need maintenance every day. So I understand the issue with, you know, we don't want to hire somebody else staff to have to keep track of what we're using or not using. So there's got to be a simple solution. You know, like I said, it could be as simple as a shared Excel spreadsheet.
So you're saying to take that vessel from that parking lot and replace it with the one in
Yeah, when
water?
one breaks, I take it to my Mountain Drive property and I take my one that's ready to go.
Yeah.
It's sitting there ready to go, and I put it right in.
And I believe as long as you send an email into code and say, hey, here's the vessel number, I'm replacing it with this one,
But I have
they're
10
good to go.
I have 10 to 15 extras. Am I getting 10 to 15 extra stickers?
No, but you're just switching a broken one out and you're giving them the heads up that this one's now on my lot in Mountain Drive and this one's in the water, and they said that's all you need to do.
And they're going to accept that, but it doesn't say it in my application.
I understand that, but I'm hoping that
Therefore,
the word,
can't-
I hear you, but
I can't sign the
I hear
application.
you. But as of now, that's what you could do at least. If where we're at is where we're at least moving forward, at minimum, you could just send an email that you had to switch it. for now.
Am I expected to sign this application that's going to bind me
Yeah.
to this, or can I give it to you guys without my signature?
No,
So I'm not giving you
yeah.
more teeth
I hear what you're saying,
in a lawsuit.
but unfortunately, until we can figure it all out, if you want to turn it in tomorrow, you're going to have to sign it in as is. If you want to keep waiting, you keep waiting. But if you signed it tomorrow and turned it in, and in this season we still are where we're at, I mean, at least send an email and switch your numbers out, and that's what they said you could do. So
Yeah, and I think up to date, Joey's tried to work with the industry on that.
But thank you for answering my
His
question.
system may not be as pretty as a strict policy, but it's been working for you guys up to this
I
point,
mean, we
and for
put
him.
in our FL numbers in your application. If that was swappable on your application, then you have it straight into your paperwork that way.
All right, time's out.
Maybe you could sign it and then add a statement saying what you just said. I'm signing this with the notification and agreement that I'm allowed to
The
swap
verbal
out my
agreement, but I guess it's on record
But
here,
at least you're
Correct.
showing that you don't agree with how it's written. And
I agree with you, and I see Joey's over here taking notes, so that may be something that they end up putting in the Compass system as okay, we are gonna make this, you've signed this, but this is what we will agree to switch them out.
If we could just get a simple statement written that says we're allowed to do that, it's that simple, and we could all accept it.
Thank you, sir. Next. Hurry. I have violated my New Year's resolution on the 19th of January.
Well, you know, it's kind of nice to get the last word, because when I come home, my wife's not going to give me that last word, because she's pissed that I'm staying out here this late. But you know what? I got four things real quick. First of all, if I had a charter boat and I own a piece of property in Destin, you bet I would be putting my charter boat on that piece of property and working on it. I don't care what you say, but a lot of guys unfortunately cannot own it because real estate prices are crazy right now. So just want to make that point. Second, when I worked for Ola Marler back in 2008, he had 9 charter boats, and I can't tell you how many times those charter boats were peeled apart. Parts everywhere, they're painting. So whatever you do with properties on the or boats on the upland, we should make sure that if you're walking down the harbor boardwalk, that there shouldn't be boats pulled apart. Not just charter boats, any boat should not be pulled apart in a slip, because it's no different walking down the harbor boardwalk and seeing boats teared apart than it is driving down the road. So I just want to make that point. Third, our equipment is like a product. So Mr. Jarvis, Mr. Dewey, you guys have restaurants. My guess is that there are times in the summer, especially during the pandemic, that the supply chain did not deliver all of your food. So you need to be able to make, last minute accommodations for that. I mean, I worked in restaurants. I can't tell you how many times I had to run to Publix and get tomatoes and things like that. So it's a similar analogy to these guys. If their boats are breaking down, and they need to be able to rotate and get new equipment in there. So, and I think we're coming to a conclusion there. The last thing is the video. You know what? I talked to people from Beach TV, and they said that they would run a PSA for boating safety. And so I've already had those conversations. They just need to have good quality content. So that's already in the works. But the thing I'm just frustrated about the video is that no one was consulted from the industry. I like the initiative, but no one was consulted. And that just kind of frustrates me, because we're the ones that have to give this to people. So I just want to make it known that if there's going to be things like that, come talk to us. We're pretty open to working on those things. So just want to make those points, and that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Going once, going twice. Good night. Meeting adjourned.